Yeah, she'll be right back up. We can start.
Okay. Ready? Good evening and welcome to the Westborough Board of Selectmen meeting called here on Tuesday, March 10th at 6 p.m. being 6:01. I will call the meeting to order and ask all those that are able to please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. First, as always, on our agenda is open forum. Anybody here for open forum? Joanne? Good evening.
Joanne Aramini, 7 Meadow Road. Good evening. Ian, do you remember what you promised at
Yes.
the meeting
Yep,
2 weeks ago? Okay. I don't see any of those agenda items listed for tonight's meeting.
absolutely, because as you know, we have town meeting. We're going to have a very late meeting tonight, going through every single budget in town and that, so this will be on the agenda as I promised. I didn't promise that it would be on this agenda.
This is over a year lasting.
It is coming.
And there are a lot of other smaller items that have been on the agenda in the interim. So I'm going to repeat. The Select Board specifically asked for a prioritized transportation plan from a working group and instead got a story map without prioritization. I was told the prioritization was then going to happen in the Capital Expenditure Committee. It didn't happen there either. A lack of the prioritization plan is at the root of this whole issue with the Ruggles Street crosswalk that you all discussed at the last meeting. Another example of where the prioritization plan has impacted our transportation projects is the Fisher Street, Milk Street, Church Street intersection, where you just got some earmark money for that. I don't know if you're aware, but we already have a concept plan, for that area. So I don't know why we're doing that again. Seems like a waste of taxpayer money. I know it's just a grant or earmark, still our money, and it's a waste of our employees' time, which is money. Another point is at the last meeting, there was an agenda item related to the Westborough TV. You skipped over that because the meeting was too long. I've attended a lot of your meetings. A lot of them have been long and gone over, and you don't skip some of the agenda items. And I can give you more points about that, but I'm not going to say any more about it. I did notice, however, this week that there are 2 committees that are now being recorded. This CPC and the Active Transportation and Safety Committee. So I'm hoping that tonight, seeing that that is still not on the agenda tonight, that somebody can clarify and let the public know that at least these 2 meetings are now being recorded for their viewing. And I don't know if there are other committees that are now being recorded as well. I also would like to encourage the public to look at yesterday's Active Transportation and Safety Committee meeting. Some very, very interesting discussion, and I'm sure Member Silverberg's going to give us a full and accurate account of that discussion tonight. And for the public, you can watch it on YouTube, Westborough TV. Thank you.
Anybody else for open forum? Okay. Next on the agenda is the Arbor Day Proclamation. Chrissy, do you want to introduce this, or do you want me to, or?
Yeah, I have some, excuse me, I have some comments from DPW.
Okay.
So this is the Arbor Day Proclamation. The town does this annually. DPW participates in this, and during school spring break in April, the DPW will perform tree maintenance and, subject to funding availability, plant 25 plus trees at Mill Pond School. On May 1st, the tree warden and crew will plant a tree with students at Mill Pond and provide some instruction on tree care. Just for everyone's awareness, the planting cost includes the purchase of the trees and the installation of temporary irrigation. The DPW is contributing some funding, but the teachers also agreed to do fundraising to cover the remainder of that cost.
Great. Thank you. And just to note that Westborough is a Tree City USA, and this is an annual proclamation that needs to be read into the record in order for us to maintain that designation. As always, we'll have to read the proclamation. So And this is really has been something that the town has been Tree City USA since 2009. So I would ask for somebody that is willing to read the motion, which is basically move the proclamation. Thank you, Shelby.
So I would move the following Arbor Day Proclamation. Whereas in 1872, J. Sterling Morton proposed to the Nebraska Board of Agriculture a special day be set aside for planting of trees. And whereas this holiday, called Arbor Day, was first observed with the planting of more than 1 million trees in Nebraska. And whereas Arbor Day is now observed throughout the nation and the world. And whereas trees can reduce the erosion of our precious topsoil by wind and water, cut heating and cooling costs, moderate the temperature, clean the air, produce life-giving oxygen, and provide a habitat for wildlife. And whereas trees are a renewable resource giving us paper, wood for our homes, fuel for our fires, and countless other wood products. And whereas trees in Westborough increase property values, enhance the economic vitality of business areas, and beautify our community. And whereas trees, wherever they are planted, wherever they are planted are a source of joy. Therefore, be it resolved that the Westborough Select Board acknowledges the importance of National Arbor Day, which will be celebrated on April 24, 2026. And therefore, be it further resolved that the Westborough Select Board urges all citizens to celebrate Arbor Day in Westborough on April 24, 2026, by either planting a tree or maintaining existing trees to promote the well-being of this and future generations. Proclaimed by the Westborough Select Board on this March 10, 2026.
Okay, moved and seconded. Comment?
No, I was going to second.
Okay. Any further comments? Not all those in favor? 5-0, 5 being present. Okay, next on the agenda is another proclamation. This is one that we did last year as well. Not sure that anybody's coming for this, right?
No, we told them they
None.
didn't need to.
Perfect. Yeah, do you want to introduce it? Yep.
Sure. So we were contacted by Bikers Helping Bikers and Motorcycle Survivors Funds, Inc., led by Paul Cody. He's requesting that, again, Westborough join in promoting motorcycle safety during the Commonwealth's Motorcycle Safety Awareness Period, which is March 22nd to April 30th. In 2025, Massachusetts reported 67 motorcycle fatalities, 2,784 crashes, and 359 serious injuries. This organization is asking the Select Board issue this local proclamation for Westborough. We have 302 registered motorcycle owners. This is similar to actions taken by other cities. They're also considering a possible recognition event between March 9th and 31st, which would honor active bikers or those affected by motorcycle-related incidents with media and social media coverage.
Great. Is there a motion?
So I would move to issue and sign a local proclamation recognizing Motorcycle Safety Awareness Period, March 22nd through April 30th, 2026, and encourage all residents and motorcyclists in Westborough to promote safe riding practices throughout the season.
Second.
Okay, moved and seconded.
And
Do you want to read that proclamation?
Yeah, I was going to
Yes.
say, do we have to read that?
It's further down.
Oh, yeah.
All right.
Does someone else want to read it?
Sure, I'll read it.
Okay.
Tired of my voice.
Sure, to read the proclamation for Motorcycle Awareness Week. Whereas the motorcycle is a popular means of transportation for commuting, as well as for touring and recreation. And whereas there is a growing need for cooperation among drivers of automobiles and trucks, motorcyclists, bicyclists, and pedestrians who use our streets and highways to reduce the injuries and fatalities. And whereas it is critical for all to increase their knowledge of the rules of the road and the rights and responsibilities of all
Actually-
roadway.
Patrick, I think ours is further down.
That's a sample proclamation from another town.
Okay,
Yep.
I'm sorry, I didn't see the right one then.
It's a little further down.
You have the
That's okay,
actual
Patrick,
one.
I
I've
was
got the
looking.
official paperwork
Yes.
here. Oh, okay.
You were reading
All right.
you were reading the governor's one.
Yeah. Sorry.
We've been elevated.
Yeah.
All right. So restart. Proclamation for Motorcycle Safety Awareness. Whereas motorcycles are a popular means of transportation for commuting, touring, and recreational purposes, and whereas there is an ever-present need for cooperation among drivers of automobiles, trucks, motorcycles, bicycles, and pedestrians to reduce accidents, injuries, and fatalities on our streets and highways, and whereas hundreds of motorcycles are owned and operated by fellow citizen bikers, homeowners, and residents of Westborough, and tens of thousands more visiting and touring our town from neighboring communities and states.
And whereas numerous departments and organizations are dedicated to making our streets and highways safe for all motor vehicles related transportation, urging and reminding drivers to check twice, save a life. Motorcycles are everywhere. And now, therefore, the Select Board of the Town of Westborough, Massachusetts joins with the Governor of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts and all agencies and organizations does hereby proclaim March 22nd, 2026 through April 30th, 2026 as Motorcycle Safety Awareness Period in the Town of Westborough, and encourage all who ride to enjoy safe and enjoyable season, given this 10th day of March in the year of 2026.
Perfect. Thank you for that, Shelby and Patrick. Did we have a second on
Do I
that?
second that again? Okay,
Yes.
second.
So moved and seconded. Any comments? Not all those in favor? 5-0, 5 being present. I like not doing a roll call vote. Thanks. Okay, next on our agenda is a community center naming requests. I believe we have folks here. Thank you for being here, and if you could just introduce yourself for the record.
Good evening, Select Board. My name is John Duffy. I've spent most of my life in Westborough. My father was born in Westborough. And we're here to request that the community center be named after Frank Desiater, who has served many, many years as
If you could just speak into the closer to the
I'm
microphone.
sorry. Should I start over?
Nope, keep going. Yep.
Okay. We're here to request that the community center be named after Frank Desiater for all his years of service. And do you all have a copy of
Yes.
it? Okay. So it's clearly outlined in this, the service that Frank provided as rec director of Westborough for 47 years. There's 5 of us that worked on this petition and getting signatures and kind of coordinating it all. And this is Rob Judge, and I'll let him introduce himself.
Got to put this up a little higher, Duff.
We're going to be doing this all.
Yeah. My name is Rob Judge. I live on 5 Leanne Circle. I, too, am a long-term member of Westborough. My family moved here in 64, so been here a long, long time. The Beatles came to America in 1964, and the Judge family came to Westborough in 1964, so point of reference.
Yeah.
Go ahead, John.
Well, that was yesterday. Beatle reference. The other members of our group are Bernie McDonald, who might be here at like 6:30. He's been a lifelong resident of Westborough. George Kent, who wrote this and worked with Frank for many years, is also part of this committee, as is Doug Vigneault, who passed away 5 weeks ago. So we met several times and got together to, we read the policy, we talked to a lot of different people about the process of getting this done. And we're here and we're making this request. If you have any questions, I think what Frank has done for the town of Westborough is clearly documented in this petition. And I don't know if you all knew Frank, but I know a lot of town residents do know Frank and do know the many, many things that Frank has done. I guess I would just like to kind of reference I think.
Keep the mic close.
Yeah, I would just like to reference a video from the Westborough TV, I think, and I don't know how long ago it was, but it was a very, very interesting video, I guess. It had the late Reverend Brown, the late Polly Howard, and the late Earl Story and Frank Desiater. And they were all talking about the cooperative spirit Westborough has. And they were all talking about the importance of working together. And it was really impressive what they had to say. It was really impressive to hear how, Earl and Frank coordinated to keep the fields great and in good shape. And Frank had to coordinate his program with Earl, and Earl had to coordinate with Frank. And it was very impressive. But what I found more impressive was Frank talking to Polly Howard.
Close.
Mrs. Howard, I grew up with Mark, her son, and I've known her for many years, and I knew Hal Howard, her husband. Mrs. Howard made a reference to Little League baseball, and Frank mentioned that Hal had coached Frank in Little League baseball, and he talked about the things that he learned and that Hal taught him, and referenced that Hal taught him a lot about baseball, but more about life off the baseball field. And it just struck me that that's Frank. Because Frank, I know Mrs. Howard, I know Frank. I mean, that made Mrs. Howard feel great. And I know that. And I also know that Frank was very appreciative of everything Mrs. Howard has done and very appreciative of everything that Hal did. And I really do think that defines Frank. I mean, I've had many different types of encounters with Frank. I remember the first time I met Frank. He was captain of the 66 championship basketball team that made it to the Boston Garden. And that was like a Hoosier story. And he was like a hero in town. And I was like in 5th grade. And I met Frank, and Frank was exactly that. He made you feel good. And in later years, I played ball with him, and that was Frank. He made you feel good, and he made you feel appreciated. And he was like that as a coach, because he coached our CYC team. So I think what Frank has accomplished is clearly documented in this petition that again was written by George Kent. And I think he's very deserving of the consideration.
This isn't in the script. I came in the lobby downstairs, and I have a Westborough Recreation Spring and Summer guide right here. I think it's 20 pages of activities for every age group, probably 1st grade all the way through seniors. Frank's fingerprints are all over these. He started these programs with no support, he got the volunteers, got the students to get involved. And again, his fingerprints were all over this. He's also the architect of one of the most successful programs in the state, is the the rec basketball league at the high school, where 160 players play, and they're guaranteed playing time. It's a wholesome, all-inclusive. It has more excitement at that school than the regular basketball team. I hate to say that, but it's a tremendous program. This endorsement, not our endorsement, has been it's not been something it's ill thought of. We have looked at every single thing that he has done, and he's just delivered and delivered and delivered to this town. And I can't think of anybody else who's delivered that much. We're ready for questions.
Great. Thanks. I will open it up for comments, questions. Patrick.
First of all, I'll just say thank you to the petitioners for bringing this forward. It really shows your love for Frank. I appreciate the stories that you share. I moved here in 1983, and Mr. Desiata was my rec basketball official. So I guess I have a comment, and then I do have a couple of questions for our town manager on this petition. So I'll just say, speaking directly to Mr. Desiata, I'm very supportive of your name's nomination for the many, many reasons laid out in the supporting letter, as well as the time you gave refereeing my basketball games. This chokes me up because Mr. Desiata was such an influence on me. He doesn't know this, but I met a lot of my friends when I got into the basketball league. I was new to town in sophomore year, didn't have a lot of friends, moved around the world as a kid. So I built lifelong friendships in that program, and I really appreciated his mentorship. I'll just go on to say that, refereeing my basketball games, which reminds me, Mr. Desiata, that foul you called on me in the winter of 98, 85 was not a foul. I look forward to supporting this application in the future, as I can see no better name to place in some capacity on our new community center. Thank you and your family for the service to the town we all love. My questions are and I'm not sure how much you're aware of this, but the board recently put together the naming policy only last summer. And in that policy, we laid out some very specific steps in that process. So I just want to clarify through the town manager and the rest of the board here to understand if this petition has gone through that process. So I'm not aware of this. We as a board didn't put out a request yet for naming the community center in any capacity, which is the first step in our process, is to ask the community for names.
Yep.
So
I did talk with Mr. Duffy, and I did send him the policy. We talked about this, but that was after they had already solicited the names on the petition. So no, it has not gone through that. So the only action that the board could take tonight per your policy is to vote your intent to name the building, and then it would go through the process.
Okay. One of the other things I noticed was that the petition itself, while signed with by the appropriate amount of signatures, it wasn't on our official. Every other petition I've ever seen has gone through the town clerk's office through the petition. Is this a legal petition, or I'm just curious? It's a homemade version. It looks like.
I don't think our process requires any specific. I think people have gone to the town clerk because she is the one that you would go to if you were submitting a petition for a town meeting. But I don't think, unless the board says otherwise, I'm not sure that would be a specific requirement related to naming.
Do we need to have the town clerk confirm on any other?
Yes, we have not provided it to her yet to verify the signatures. That is part of your policy.
Okay.
So we would need to do that.
Okay. And then you kind of answered my next question, was in regards to the board holding its vote until the submission until such time that it seeks a nomination. At which point I would imagine if you've read the policy, you'll actually have to go to the historical commission and get their thoughts on it first, so that we have that feedback into the process.
We send it to
Right.
the
Okay. I'm sorry. Yeah. So it'll go through that as well. So that's all I wanted to understand, but I truly do appreciate you all bringing this forward. I really do look forward to, I think it's very appropriate for a portion or something of that building to be named after Mr. Desiata for the work he's given its community.
One comment, Patrick, do I call you Patrick?
Sure.
Yeah. Okay. You made it easy for us. 25 signatures. We could have gotten 2,000.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, like that. So,
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Questions or comments?
I would just say not that long in Westborough, but my boys went through the rec program, and it's second to none. I remember when my kids were in high school, there were boys who could have made varsity and who instead chose to play rec ball.
Absolutely.
And, I think now there's, I don't know if it's a podcast or it's a TV show on Westborough TV. It is like the hottest thing going. I think this does make a lot of sense. I think we have a lot of decisions to make about the community center. So I think if we can, I would certainly want us to hold this petition as we consider those and make a determination here. I appreciate everything you've given us to think about. I think a lot of that.
I just, when you said hold the petition, is that holding pending other decisions on the community center?
Correct.
Okay.
Well, I shouldn't answer for you, but that's
That was my thinking, but I again, those are my personal thoughts. But because there's not a singular opportunity to name the community center. There are multiple opportunities there, right? There's the rec centers upstairs, but we want to move the senior center downstairs.
Right.
There's a lot of things we could do there. So I think as a board, we probably need to make decisions around all of those.
Okay.
Yep.
This is Bernie McDonald, who
Sorry, we started a little bit early on our agenda because we were moving, so thank you. Yeah. Shelby?
Yeah, so thank you so much for bringing this forward. I didn't have the pleasure of the experiences of children in that program or Patrick, although you're still in favor even though he called the foul.
I am.
Okay, that's good. No, so your petition is compelling. I am familiar with his history through other people who have been in town and shared that experience, and our rec director speaking very highly of Mr. Desiata. So I think for me, we're really at a process point here. We haven't set our intention to name the community center at this point. I do think, to Sean's point, we have before this board a number of things to consider in terms of naming that building. First of all, it's an intergenerational community center. We've got kind of top floor, bottom floor. We've also talked about potential sponsorship opportunities to help with cost deferment. Yeah, you know what I'm saying?
Yes.
That was explored when we originally talked with our owner's project manager and the architects when we went through sort of the initial design phase. So conceptually, I think that the points you brought forward about Mr. Desiata are fantastic and well-founded. I'm just not ready to make that commitment yet that the whole building gets named after him. I think, it makes sense and that the board should consider this application when we actually initiate the naming policy. I feel like as a board, we're not there yet because we haven't even kind of gone forward with the next phase of the design process, but we should hold this application until such time as we determine we're ready to go. So, thank you.
A question until such time. What does that mean?
Well, so we haven't even gone through the next phase. I think we talked about October, revisiting this before the October town meeting of 2026.
Yeah, so you probably are aware, but the board we were moving through the design phase and then paused in favor of the library being located in the lower level. And so the board within, I would think, the next month needs to revisit the timeline for that project, and then as well as potential funding sources, one of which could be sponsorship, which would result in some naming opportunities.
Right. So this board hasn't, so even though we're using the building and so on and so forth, to me, like the big ribbon cutting, the new center fully opened once the library moves out, that process hasn't even started. Now, I'm not saying we have to wait until that build out has happened. That's not what I'm saying here. But I think this petition, while well-founded, is a little bit ahead of where this board where the board is at, where I'm at as a board member in that decision-making process.
And we understand there's a lot of dynamics involved with the community center. And so we certainly respect what you're saying. We would, and we're certainly open to what you need to be open to. I'll speak for myself. I'm thrilled to hear from the board and to hear that you feel the same way that we feel about Frank. And that's great. So we would certainly be totally understanding of what you can do and what you need to do and what, and what results. But our hope is that his name is on the building and that that his service to Westborough is recognized.
Yeah. And I think you've made compelling points in the presentation, which will be for this board to consider and any other future board, depending upon where we're at. I just feel like there are a number of questions that the board has to answer publicly about the future of that building, specifically the cost of the build out, to make it kind of fully enveloped as an intergenerational center. And I think this could be a great component as part of that conversation as we start to kind of look forward to the build out. And whether it's the whole building or a portion thereof, more specific to rec, I don't know. Again, we'll make that decision. But I think the criteria for me, Mr. Desiata certainly meets that.
Mark?
Thank you.
Yeah, so Frank was my neighbor in my first house in town, and I don't know if that makes me biased, but I think anybody who knows Frank is biased. So I'm all for this initiative. I do agree that it might be a little premature, that we have a lot of potential naming opportunities at that building. And we might want to go out with a group of naming opportunities so that we get feedback on all of that. For now, I wouldn't have a problem either way, to be honest, if we move this forward or not, but I'm willing to wait.
Yeah, I think I'll just jump in at the end and thank you very much for bringing this forward. I've known Frank for a long time, growing up here in town, and my family growing up here in town. What you hit, there's so much to hit, and there could be more that you put in his piece. I remember him through Little League and him coaching Village Lumber, which was a powerhouse, and I think he stacked the roster, but we did beat him. My Human Shell team did beat him one year, but and not because of me. I was the one that put in right field because no one could hit the ball to right field. We didn't have a lot of lefties that were hitting, but I still got a jacket.
This is all important stuff.
Yes, this is all important stuff. But no, and then when I got into town government a number of years ago on finance committee, Frank was still recreation director, and just echo what you said, what others said here. He was and is just what I call a legend in this town for so many reasons, and most importantly, just because of the type of person he is, his character, his compassion for folks, and his love for the town of Westborough. I appreciate you bringing this forward. Very supportive of this, but I echo what fellow board members said. I think we have to get our act together. As the town manager said, this is something that's on our agenda as we move through town meeting. And as we also know that the library will be moving out this fall back to the original library. So we have things on our plate to look at that. We will keep this with us right here, but I thank you for putting this together. I think Frank is absolutely a worthy person for naming consideration here, and we will take this forward, and we'll keep in touch as we move it forward.
Great, and thank you. But I do have just how would we remain in contact to just kind of have an understanding of?
Yes. So one thing, and just per our policy, what we will do is come out with a naming thing. Is, as you might know, we did that most recently for the new, what we're calling the Pocket Park, right out behind us here between the Coop and Town Hall for naming. We've done it for the cemetery, what is now will be Westland Cemetery. So we will, basically the way the policy is, we'll announce it. So for naming consideration. And as we talked about, I think what we have to decide is that there could be multiple naming things out there, and how we bring that forward as it building, whatever. We just haven't had that discussion yet as a board.
Will you go through the process of having the historical society
Contact us.
approved?
Yeah.
If the policy that we keep referring to is just for naming and specifically excludes sponsorship programs, so
Right.
it also depends on how you move forward with sponsorship. But I think ideally, I mean, I think the best way to stay in touch is that we can stay in touch through our office and
Okay.
just keep you informed of when the board's having those discussions
Okay.
and when the opportunity.
And I
is
appreciate it,
there.
Christy. You've been very helpful.
Sure.
Yep.
I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you for your time.
No, appreciate it. Thank you for
I
putting
hope,
this forward. Yes.
being lead off in all of this naming thing, I hope we hit a triple tonight.
Yes.
And we have one more base to go, and I'll talk to Frank about that foul.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank
folks.
you. Okay, next on our agenda is the request to approve and execute bond anticipation notes, commonly known as bands, and general obligation bonds, GO bonds as well. And we have our finance director. Our treasurer here, not our finance director. Said, you don't look like a finance director. So,
No, I'm too short.
yeah.
You can lower that. There you go.
There we go.
Yep.
Perfect.
Okay. So yes, we're rolling over our bands. We did a band sale back on March 3rd for 66 million.
Yep.
Just have her introduce yourself. People.
Yeah, and actually just move that a little bit closer. Pull it. Yeah, and actually reintroduce yourself just so
okay.
for folks here in the audience and watching. So, yep.
Okay. Barbara Wells, treasurer collector.
Yep.
I'm here to request you to approve and execute some bonds.
And if you just want to explain, maybe just a little explanation for folks of bond anticipation notes, if you don't mind, just
Oh, okay. All
for
right.
the public to understand. Yep.
Okay. So a ban is a bond anticipation note that we roll over rather than permanently bonding. So we're just paying interest on a yearly basis, which saves the town a lot of money until we're ready to bond the final project. Okay.
Great.
So back on March 3rd, we currently had a band sale for $66,257,256. We're rolling over this ban. And we had 5 bids. We had a interest rate of 4% with a net interest cost of 2.39%, and a premium of roughly $622,155 to help offset the cost of issuance and pay down interest.
Just great.
And I request that you sign the ban so we can roll them over. It's only going to be rolled over until October, and then we will redo it again for more capital projects.
Great. Thank you. And just one other thing, I know we talked about it at our meeting that I think is part of this process or part of the annual process with Standard & Poor's is to get our credit rating for the town. Maybe you just want to mention
Yes.
that again, just so folks
Okay.
understand
yes.
too.
We did have a rating call with Standard & Poor's, and they did keep our AA+ rating for the town, which is a good thing.
AAA.
AAA? Oh, AAA. Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Hi, yes, sorry, AAA.
Yeah. That's right. It's the top rating, which basically helps us as we talk about with basically getting those lower interest rates because of the credit rating for the town.
Correct.
Can we just clarify the percent that was accepted? Because it looks like it may be different what I heard than what is in our packet.
Okay.
2.39.
I heard her say 4%.
Hi, John Steinberg, Finance Director. Just to explain the interest rates a little bit. So there's a rate that is sort of the base rate of the note, which is 4%, but because of the premiums that they give us, it creates an effective interest rate, which is 2.39%. So the effective interest rate over the life of the period of the loan is essentially the rate that we're getting. However, because of the secondary market that invests in these bonds, there's a different note rate that you pay in terms of direct payment. But so ultimately, we've borrowed less than what we would have otherwise. So you're paying interest on a lower amount than what you would have otherwise.
Thank
So that's
you.
basically our rate is 2.39%.
Correct.
Yeah, thank you.
2.39, which,
That's was the discrepancy I was trying to.
yeah, of
Thank
course. And I could tell you from watching the other loans that have been given, we get a monthly report, is that we did very well. Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you. And thank you for the work on that. I'm going to look for a volunteer here because as folks may know, we do have bond counsel has to prepare the vote. It has to be read completely and in its entirety for the record. So is anybody willing to, wants to read it? And I would just caveat that where you will start is the motion begins just prior to the first word voted. Top part about the clerk. That
Excuse me.
We don't have to read the top part of it, the clerk.
You don't have to read the vote. It just needs to be noted in the minutes that you have read it and have all seen it.
okay.
Yeah.
Even better,
Oh, we always read it before, okay.
Yep.
because it's,
I think Pat wanted to read it though.
yeah, it's
No,
too-
no, I'm good.
it's,
Because all of it has been
It's pretty
voted
wordy.
at prior meetings.
okay.
That's the motion that we prepared for you. That's
Okay.
what you typically do is read them. So
Do you think we should read the vote or? I'm going to be
I
safe.
think
I'm
you
going to say
should.
read it.
Yeah,
Okay.
we always do. I didn't realize that.
Okay. Would you like me to read it? Or anyone,
Sure.
Sean or Mark? You haven't had a chance to read anything long tonight. Come on, Sean. You got it.
Pressure.
Yeah, all right, fine, I'll take a turn,
All right.
okay. Voted, we
You moved that
hereby
we voted.
determine,
Yep.
we hereby determine in accordance with GLC 70B that the cost of the fail school construction and feasibility study projects authorized by votes of the town passed on March 18th, 2017, Article 42, and March 16th, 2019, Article 21, being financed with proceeds of a portion of the bonds defined below, together with all other bonds and notes of the town previously issued to pay costs of these projects, does not exceed the portion of the total cost of the projects that is not being paid by the school facilities grants, and we hereby approve the issuance of notes and bonds to finance these projects under GLC 70B. Further noted, to approve the sale of $66,257,256 4% general obligation bond anticipation notes, the notes of the town dated March 27, 2026, and payable October 27, 2026 to Jeffries LLC at par, and accrued interest, if any, plus a premium of $622,155.64. Further voted that in connection with the marketing and sale of the notes, the preparation and distribution of a notice of sale and preliminary official statement dated February 24th, 2026, and a final official statement dated March 3rd, 2026, each in such form as may be approved by the town treasurer, be and hereby are ratified, confirmed, approved, and adopted. Further voted that the town treasurer and the select board be and hereby are authorized to execute and deliver a significant events disclosure undertaking in compliance with SEC Rule 15C2-12 in such form as may be approved by bond counsel to the town, which undertaking shall be incorporated by reference in the notes for the benefit of the holders of the notes from time to time. Further noted that we may authorize and direct the town treasurer to establish post-issuance federal tax compliance procedures and continuing disclosure procedures in such forms as the town treasurer and bond counsel deem sufficient, and if such procedures are currently in place, to review and update said procedures in order to monitor and maintain the tax exempt status of the notes and to comply with relevant securities laws. Further noted that any certificate, further voted, pardon me, thank you, that any certificates or documents relating to the notes, collectively the documents, may be executed in several counterparts, each of which shall be regarded as an original and all of which shall constitute one and the same document. Delivery of an executed counterpart of a signature page to a document by electronic mail in a PDF file or by other electronic transmission shall be as effective as delivery of a manually executed counterpart signature page to such document. And electronic signatures on any of the documents shall be deemed original signatures for the purposes of the documents and all matters relating thereto, having the same legal effect as original signatures. Further voted that each member of the select board, the town clerk, and the town treasurer be and hereby are authorized to take any and all such actions and execute and deliver such certificates, receipts, or other documents as may be determined by them or any of them to be necessary or convenient to carry into effect the provisions of the foregoing votes.
Thank you. That's it.
That's it?
Well done.
Okay.
Is there a second to that?
I'll second.
Moved and seconded. Any further comments or questions?
Yeah, can we get a clarification of whether we have to read that next year?
We always have. but-
October, actually,
Yeah.
right?
Yes.
Have to read that?
Yeah. Not it.
Yes. Okay, all those in favor? It's 5-0, 5 being present. Thank you very much. Great job.
Thank you.
Okay, next on the agenda is branding and wayfinding update and request as we're moving this project forward, and our community development director is already here.
Fred Lenaro, Community Development Director for the town. Just have to give me a second to hook up.
Not the IT director.
I think we have to. So while we're doing that, if maybe you don't have to do anything.
Yep.
Yeah,
Magic.
that's a good thing. So if I may, I'll just update you a little bit. I had come before the board before to ask for to approve the symbol for the wayfinding, which you have done. So now I'm here in front of you to just ask for approval of the locations. I would like to thank Brooke Melliff. She works for our office and she helped put together, she actually put this together for me. And Lara Crawford, our EDC coordinator, she has been instrumental in coming up with some of these numbers and the whole process. So you'll see on the next slide, didn't like that. So that what I'm asking for is it really starts basically at the center of town and kind of radiates out there. So the idea would be would be go in that priority list. You'll notice that going back a step, we have a little over $70,000 in grant money to have this done. It is virtually impossible to get all these signs done for that money because these were estimates to actually fabricate the signs. So this gives you an idea of where we could go, but I'd rather ask for all these locations than kind of scale it back so we don't have to keep coming back to the board to ask for that. So it's likely we'll get the parking signs and then start the vehicle directional signs, but we won't get past probably the center, maybe Lyman Street, a sign or two, but that might even be highly unlikely. So that's the cost breakdown to give you an idea. We still have to put that to bid, so we're working procurement, Tina Cody, to get that out and things like that. So that gives you an idea of the cost. As far as the verbiage, this gives you idea, and we're likely to use the smaller vehicular directional signs. That's what the cost is based on. So the majority, if not all of them, will be on that. These are I just asking for a little bit of leniency on the wording. So I haven't identified exactly what the words are on each sign, but most of the ones downtown and leading up to them will have downtown Westborough, municipal buildings. There's one sign that you'll see that's at the Rotary. That's likely, at that point, we could say municipal buildings, fire station one way, police department. So we can get a little more specific on some of the signs. The Lyman Street would identify possibly four different places: Chauncey Lake, Nelson Ball Courts, Haskell Fields, and Story Fields. So those are the only four locations really out there. So the signs would have some combination of that, depending on where they may be. So you'll see that in a minute. And then the parking signs are pretty straightforward. There's really only Cottage Street and then the regular parking sign that would be in some locations downtown. So those are the basic things. Some of these signs will be two-sided, so that'll drive the cost a little bit too. So for instance, the one near the high school, that's one of the locations. One side leading out of town could actually identify the golf course and Veterans Freedom Park. So that could be on one side leading out. And the other side coming in would be the downtown locations. Again, downtown Westborough, municipal buildings, the community center. So that would be the gist of what's on the signs, depending on where they are. So these are the different locations. We start off at the center of town. Two of those, one's almost to the center before the bridge. The one that I referred to, number 2, would be right at the Rotary, at that little triangle. That would make sense to have the fire station to the right, police forward, municipal forward, community center to the left. That would likely be a single-sided. The golf course would be, as I just mentioned, it could be double-sided, and it could have verbiage on both sides to where you are. Near the high school would make sense leading into the downtown locations. Then you go into Lyman Street, Story Field being one of them. So if that's at the end of Dr. Solomon Pond, Dr. Solomon Way, I'm always going to get that wrong, sorry. But if it's right at the end of that, that would indicate that it's Story Fields. And there'd be another sign that could show Haskell Fields one way and Chauncey the other way. I don't know that we're going to have enough money to pay for multiple signs on Lyman Street, so they'll probably be very limited. If we do get far enough, we'd look at the down by Fisher Street. Again, those could be double-sided, so one side could indicate MBTA train station, Otis Street industrial business area. On the other side, coming back to town, it could indicate downtown Westborough or downtown municipal buildings, so it's the same idea. And then Fisher Street, Fisher Milk would indicate downtown locations. These are the parking signs, would either have the P or they'd actually have a sign. I will say I did talk to, with the help of the town manager, was able to make a contact with Central One Bank. So they're actually willing to pay for one of those signs because they believe it to be on their property. So they would be willing to pay for that one because they've always had troubles identifying the parking, what's theirs, what's ours, what's municipal. Yeah. So we would put the P's inside the parking area, and then we could use them to put that one sign on the outside. So we have had that communication. And then these are additional areas that we'd be looking to put parking signs.
Great. Open up to questions from the board.
Sure. Thank you very much, Fred.
Sure.
So supportive of the signage initiative. Understand we're under time is of the essence for maximizing our grant. Couple thoughts.
Sure.
One is, in giving you kind of some leeway based on what you feel is appropriate, where we have more words, more directions, I would be in favor of the larger signs. So it's not microscopic reading. Again, where it's appropriate, maybe at that Lyman location, that initial pointing to all the recreational areas. If you can go to your the slide where you start to first show our pictures. One
more.
Forward, please. Okay, so I know that number 1 is like an approximate location. You're not going to put it between like 2 signposts.
No.
I just people will wonder. So I realize that. I just want to make sure. Number 2 is, while an obvious spot, right? It concerns me because people sometimes on a good day can't drive through there looking where they're going. So I would just double check maybe with police. Like, is that the best location because of line of sight? I would just worry if there's a sign there to your right and it's a, you know, a blocky sign, the height of it, like, can I see cars coming from around the rotary? So
certainly do that.
Take that feedback for what it is. That's a question. As you move toward 2 slides ahead, where we're talking about the Fisher-Otis Street intersection, we've got lots of projects kind of planned, albeit not quite that far yet. If we had to hold off, I would recommend that we not spend the money quite there yet. Let's get those areas fixed. We've talked about the Fisher Street project and Otis Street. So I would hold off. And then my comment on Fisher and Milk, great location generally for a sign, but if I've got that intersection, the right one, that little sign on the island seems like a vehicle target.
It got hit.
It got hit again, it got ripped up again. So again, location of that one, I would hate to put in a new sign because it seems like between trucks and cars, it's like almost falling out of the ground now.
Yeah, it looks like that one, though, would be on that grass area. That's kind of, not
Yeah.
in the center where the ones keep getting hit.
Yeah, so I don't know. And again, just very careful line of sight. That's a very busy road. So I just, consideration and collaboration with our police department, I think is important on this to make sure that they're comfortable with the height of the sign and the location.
Yeah, and that you may have already or would be seeing this, but we have had communication with DPW, and they'd want to know exactly where the height will be when it's all
Yeah.
said and done for
So-
mowing purposes and whatever.
Yeah, the appropriate. And then I have talked for probably a couple years now about the need for better signage over at Lake Chauncey. Directional signs. Is it one way? Is it 2 ways for traffic? So on and so forth. My thought there is, other than a general sign like Story Fields, Haskell, that we need a plan there and that we shouldn't be kind of investing in parking signs, so on and so forth, unless, like, to me, there just needs to be a kind of an overall plan for that area. So I'd rather see, I think parking is sort of obvious over there for most people. Maybe in some more visible areas would just be my thoughts on that. So, but I'm not going to die on a hill for that one.
So avoiding parking signs on Lyman Street generally, or?
No, not on Lyman. I just think over at the field area, I think we just need some better traffic flow signage, which is probably outside the scope of this
Yes.
project.
Yeah.
If you're talking about inside the fields, yes.
And I think falls maybe to the recreation
Yes.
department. I've mentioned this to Jen before. So
Right.
I guess just be mindful, I would ask, of that request, because I do think that is something that we need to do as that area gets used more and more, because people don't know what way it is the right way to drive. Literally, like, it says one way and people are driving both ways around the fields. And so to the point then of parking areas over there, I guess I just would say, I'm not sure that use of parking signs at the, specifically at Story Fields and by the dog park and all of that is a good investment right now. So
No, I would agree with you. I don't think we're anticipating
Okay, maybe
going up
I'm-
into the fields.
okay, maybe I was, when I saw Chauncey
Storyfield
Lake,
sign.
sorry?
I think it's a story field sign that you're
Right.
proposing, right?
Okay.
Right. We wouldn't get into parking. As you said, it would be on the jurisdiction of the rec department too, or the rec
Okay.
committee, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Not the department,
I
but
mean, if
the rec
there's a
committee.
general at the entrance, it was like, hey, you can
Yes.
park this way, great. That's awesome. Thank you.
Sure.
Other comments? Mark?
Yeah, as I look at this, I do, we just had an earmark for the Fisher Street milk. We just discussed that earmark. We've talked a little bit about downtown redesign. Whether that moves forward or not is obviously still up in the air. But as you're prioritizing these, let's try to keep in mind what might get dug up again, so that we're not putting a sign in and pulling it out again a year later or 2 years later. I guess that, as much as I want to get all of these signs in, it sounds like you're going to have to make choices about which ones to put in. So just let's not put something in that's going to get pulled out right away.
Any other comments?
Sure.
Patrick?
Very supportive of this. Been looking forward to this for a couple of years. Really appreciate the process that your department, planning department, everyone has gone through to get to this point. Love the presentation. I guess my questions are really focused on Fisher Street's a good example of this. The red arrow there kind of points, I'm visualizing, I'm heading out of town right now on that slide, right? If I see it on the right-hand side of the road, I'm expecting that that's a sign I'm going to see as I'm departing town. So I would just want to understand, I guess, two things. As we look at these signs, are they going to be on the right side of the road for the most traffic that is going to be headed to the most, I'll say, common locations, right? Like if we put a sign right there and I'm heading out of town, I don't know what it would say to us. My second point is, and the Fisher Street, Milk Street intersection is a good example of this, and this may be a part of the cost consideration that you're considering here, is as these signs get designed and developed, is there an opportunity for day one? For example, I see in that location there, the way that we're headed right now, it might say, take a left here, head towards, the middle school and Armstrong. Go straight and you're going to find the courthouse, perhaps. I don't know what it's going to tell us on that sign. Conversely, from the other direction, is there an opportunity for the signs to be built upon over time? Meaning, hey, day one, it says do this and that. Day two, or 3 years later from now, when you get more funding, hopefully, or whatever the duration is, it could also have information heading back into town. It's a multi-sided sign. Or is the intent to only, to build multi-sided signs out of the gate? Maybe you spoke to that. I don't.
Well, so some of the signs, depending on the location, could have two sides. So depending on which way it's facing. So if they're facing downtown, they would have the downtown locations. They're facing out, they'd have something like you said, the schools or whatever it may be.
Right.
I don't know exactly what we had for that one. I'm envisioning it was heading towards downtown. So it may just be the way that the location is. It's just
Well, it's just the
general.
orientation of how the photograph
Right.
is taken. It's been making me think I'm going to go, okay, I'm looking at where it's
Looks like it's going to
oriented.
the MBTA station and Otis
Or
Street.
MBTA
Yeah,
station, it's
right. But I think the idea was to get us downtown rather than get us away from town.
Right.
I would say that's the priority.
Right. Absolutely.
So
Absolutely.
Yes. And if these signs are designed in a way, I don't know, where that could be added on later so that it's going the other direction that says middle school, MBTA station, et cetera.
Yeah, that wasn't the intent of that.
Okay.
It's more to get us downtown.
Okay.
Thank you.
Can I just, that ordering of the sign though, hopefully we would do that in order, like logically, like the next thing you're going to see is middle school or municipal, like
Right.
logically, the things that I'm going to see first are listed first. I don't know. I'm getting into the weeds here.
Yeah,
Yeah,
no, that would be
I don't think the
expectation
intent
too.
was to radiate that far out of town into points outside the downtown. It was downtown and a few places down on Lyman Street.
Right.
We just don't have the finances to get that far into it. And that's why, in the order of this, if you look at the priority list, going back,
Well, I guess to that point, Fred, while you're bringing this up,
Sure.
if it's day one, it's a single-sided sign saying, these are the things you find in downtown. When you get to the Milk Street, Fisher Church Street intersection there, day 10 or whatever years later, and we get more funding, hopefully, we do want to express, go the other way. And that's my only question, is if these signs allow the ability for that future expansion of signage on that same post. So we don't have to put two signs, but just something to look into. I'm not,
Sure.
You may not have an answer now. I just think it's something to be thinking about.
yeah, I don't know if we anticipated having like slide-in signs that you could change periodically and stuff.
Yeah.
I think they were more permanently.
I wouldn't want those anyway, because I can only imagine vandalism. And,
We don't
Very
want to
lost
open it
high
up to
school
taking it home in somebody's basement or their bedroom. Yes, I agree with that.
Thank you.
Sean, anything or?
No, Fred, thank you very much. Thank you, Laura. A lot of work did go into this. I'm looking forward to seeing them, and I want to check based on the comments we've received. I don't know that any of them move the motion in any way.
No, we don't have a motion yet.
Okay, well, move the expected motion, I think.
Can I make one comment while I'm thinking of it too? And I apologize. I should have clarified this. These are approximate locations, so they could move a little bit, within feet, not like a half a mile away. But I just want to be clear on that, to Shelby's point too, about the not being in between posts, and maybe not exactly where you're thinking on Fisher Street, but somewhere in that general area.
Yep.
So I want to be a little bit, again, giving freedom to move them as needed.
Yeah, in conjunction, I think, as was said, with the police and
Right.
DPW.
One other question just related, I just, something to consider, reaching out to also, I'm thinking about beautification here of the town. These are good, nice locations also for like the Westborough Garden Club to do plantings and things like that. Is that, is that something that you guys are talking about or thinking about is also, no, probably low cost or no cost to the town, but something that they could also do? Because that Fisher Street location is big. It's a big kind of grassy area for a sign to just be stuck there. It's a nice place to, make it look welcoming,
So we can always have the economic development coordinator work with the garden club, who primarily takes care of that stuff, to talk about those
I would
issues.
think that would be a great thing to do. Thank you.
Sure. It's a good idea.
No, I'm fully supportive. I've seen this in other towns. I can't wait to see it in Westborough. I think it's really going to be additive to our downtown and downtown character, so I'm fully supportive. So, and it's a start. I mean, it's using what we have. We have to get this spent now, or else we
Yes.
lose the grant. So,
We don't want to do that.
yeah, I will entertain a motion. Yep.
To your question, Sean, you could probably, it says, you could probably say, move to approve the purchase and installation of the branding and wayfinding signs at the direction of the community development director in consultation with DPW and police. And then that gives really broad.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, moved and seconded. Any further questions?
That's fine.
Okay.
That's fine. Yeah.
All those in favor? 5-0, 5 being present.
Thank you very much.
You, Fred.
Thank you, Fred. Okay, next on the agenda is request to waive permit fees for the wastewater treatment plant.
Do you want a motion?
Sure. Well, maybe, do you want to just introduce it?
Sure.
What- just for the
So
public.
as everyone's
No, we don't.
aware, the wastewater treatment plant is anticipating a renovation and construction project that would require them to obtain certain permits. The board, the building commissioner, community development director regularly waive permit fees for town projects. But when they're projects that are of multi-town boards, like the regional dispatch one that you recently had before you, we come to the board to ask for that approval. So wastewater treatment plant obviously is a multi-town board, but we're just requesting your approval to waive any permit fees associated with this project, any fees that are under your control.
So I did have a question, actually. Sorry.
Would you like a motion and then discussion, or do you?
No, can we waive just the prorated 47% of the fees and make Shrewsbury and
I wouldn't do
Hopkinton?
37%. Yeah.
No, I'm just
wondered
wondering if you can.
I wouldn't be
Doubt
supportive.
it, 'cause
I wouldn't be supportive of that. I want to be good neighbors.
The cost
I'm
would,
not saying I'm supportive of doing it. I'm just wondering if it's a possibility.
the town's costs related to the treatment plant are an apportionment of the total cost. So if you made the fees 50% less, you would be responsible for your portion of that 50%.
All right. I'll move to approve the waiving of all permitting fees under select board control associated with the development of the wastewater treatment plant. Should it be development or
Improvements?
improvements? Two.
Improvements is fine.
Okay.
Fine.
Seconded?
Moving second. Any further questions? Yeah, all those in favor? It's 5-0, 5 being present. Thank you for that. Next is the amendment to the solid waste disposal contract going to single stream recycling. I know we talked, it was in the town manager's comments of why that was delayed last time, but Christie, I'll turn to you for comments here.
Few slides.
And you have partners behind you.
What's that?
You've got partners here behind you.
All my friends.
Yeah.
So we just have a few slides. So we've been working on this, as the board is aware, for several months. Our public health director, Jen Sullivan, our finance director, John Steinberg, have been working directly with Harvey's since we initiated the waste disposal contract. So this is just a timeline. So as you're aware, when we were going into fiscal 25, we started the pay as you throw. We didn't actually start using the transportation under this contract until November of 2024. There were several things that needed to be worked out between July 1st and November. In May of 25, the board approved extension of that agreement. So it was a 1-year agreement with the opportunity for extension. So the board approved that extension. And at that same time, because folks from Harvey's had made a proposal to our public health director related to a different location that might better support the safety of the users. You also approved an amendment that would relocate the transfer station from its current location to another portion of Harvey's property, which is 62A Hopkinton Road. And that amendment allowed that move to happen on or after August 1st of 25. Subsequent to that, Harvey's went through a permitting process with DEP, and they actually did some additional site work. So that happened throughout the spring and summer. And then in November of 25, they received approval from DEP to relocate that transfer station. When they set it up to be a single stream recycling facility. And so before we're able to move over, we need the board to approve additional changes to the contract that remove requirements essentially for Harvey's to report on distinct or unique recyclables. So right now the contract requires, getting ahead of myself on my slides here. Right now the contract requires Harvey's to do certain reporting. It requires them to put certain information on invoicing, requires specific roll-offs for different types of recyclables. So updating the contract to change all of that to allow for the single stream recycling. And then if the board does execute that amendment, then we would move forward with the single stream and the relocation on March 23rd. That's our proposal to give us some time to get that out to the community. So in single stream recycling, what can be included? So this is just a list of different items that can be included and then items that should not be included. So paper, cardboard, plastic, glass, aluminum, and metals would go into single stream. This is examples: plastic bags, unmarked plastics, light bulbs, dishes, styrofoam, aerosol cans, and then recyclables containing food waste would not be able to go into that single stream. This, as I mentioned, is the proposed amendment. So we added the terms recyclable materials, single stream recycling, and acceptable waste. We amended the equipment requirement, the invoicing and reporting, and then we changed the pricing. So right now, our current agreement requires us to pay $120 a ton for paper and glass. And then in this proposed change, we would pay $35 a ton for single stream recycling. So these are estimated costs that were run by our finance director related to the tonnage that we have identified since December of 2024. And so we estimate a savings of about a little over $20,000 a year related to making this change. And then this is the last slide, and the new location, it's at 62A Hopkinton Road.
Great. Thank you. Open up for comments or questions. Sean?
Sorry, Chrissy, it's plastic and glass. The rate was plastic and glass?
Yeah, the
So I
old
think
rate
it
was
said
glass.
paper there, but on the next page it says plastic. I think it was plastic and glass is what.
Plastic and glass, yeah.
Yes.
Sorry about that. Thanks.
Looks great, thank you.
Patrick?
Yeah, just reviewing the changes in the contract and certainly your presentation. I appreciate it, John. Appreciate crunching the numbers here. Look, this is great to hear that there's some savings to be had. I'm very supportive of this. My questions are, I guess, about the contract itself, since we're having that as part of the discussion. It mentions in the contract that and I'll just refer the reference to the board. It's on page 53 of our packet. It mentions that the town can have inspections upon reasonable notice and during normal business hours to inspect. The inspection shall conduct in such manners as not to cause material interference with the operation of the facility in regards to the waste collected pursuant to the terms of this agreement. Have we, or are we planning on doing any inspections on any sort of regular basis of the facility to ensure that, because if I read the first page of the packet in regards to, there was a spreadsheet of a bunch of numbers, which I've got questions on at some point. I'd like to dig more into those, maybe not tonight, but at an appropriate time, that don't quite make sense to me. So I'm just curious as to how often are we doing that, or is there something that triggers that inspection?
DEP actually is required to inspect them, and that's what we go off of. If they have any questions or concerns, we're obviously there. Or if they have any problems at the site, they'll let us know, and we make sure that it's been taken care of as well. But that's usually how it works. We don't actually inspect the facility, DEP does. But we are, if there is a requirement that we do, we are able to.
I'm sorry. Could you, just
I'm
for
sorry.
people watching, just
Yes,
introduce
Jen
yourself.
Sullivan, Public Health Director.
Thanks, Jen.
Yeah, sorry. So DEP has requirements to inspect the transfer station. However, if we find that there's a reason for us to go in, we have the ability to now.
So DEP is doing the inspection in regards to the tonnages that are being reported to us, because that's what this paragraph in the contract's about. It says specifically the town would do the inspection. So it's not like an inspection of the facility. We're talking about the inspection.
I see what you're saying.
So I'm sorry if I wasn't clear
Patrick,
on
could
that.
you, could you be more specific? Is that in section 12?
It's on page 8 of the contract, page 53 of our packet, and it is the fourth paragraph from the bottom, and I'll read the whole thing. Contractor shall cause those of its books and records relating to the quantity of waste collected pursuant to the terms of this agreement, including but not limited to tonnage amounts delivered by or on behalf of the town and accepted by a contractor, to be available to representatives of the town for inspection upon reasonable notice during normal business hours. And I was just curious, as I reread this contract that we did a year or so ago, as to whether or not that is something we've done, or if it's something we plan to do, or if there's a regularity that we would do it in the future.
Yes, we receive receipts from the tonnage that goes across the waste station. So anytime we want to look at those, we can. They also give us the tonnage breakdown on our invoices. But that's how it's completed. Do you want to?
I just want to add, so you all remember, because we signed an agreement because we had issues with the billing when we first moved into this contract. Jen regularly inspects the billing, and if there's an issue, we've had meetings with them where we've questioned that tonnage. So to Jen's point, we have looked at various pieces of evidence to identify sort of where the tonnage is coming from, and we have flagged things that we have thought might be concerning and actually have resulted sometimes in adjustments.
Yeah, I would just say, again, back to that spreadsheet that was at the top of the packet. I'll just give you an example of one of the pieces of data that I'm kind of curious about. For the sake of the board, it's page 45 of our packet. Mm-hmm. So it talks about plastic, and it shows the months of the year across the top. It shows in July 36, I'm assuming this is tons, 36.10 tons, 43.99 in August. Kind of that general vein until we get to December and January, where it drops off significantly down to less than 10 tons. I don't know if that's as a result of it's still only like a month or two behind, or a couple months behind us, and we just haven't gotten the calculation, or if in fact the town's doing a great job at no longer using plastic. But that's the type of, again, I'm thinking that paragraph in the contract speaks specifically to this level of detail. And if it is, I would be curious, and I don't need the answer tonight because I realize I'm kind of popping this question on you on the fly. I would like to understand that a little bit better as we move forward with this contract, to understand the historic tonnage that we're talking about, especially now that we're moving to single stream. I'd like to understand how effective that single streaming is in regards to its ability to separate that tonnage, because that's where the money savings, as we've now seen, really are. So don't need an answer now unless you have one, but that's,
Can you just say that last part again? The ability to separate is the savings?
well, today it's manually separated by residents.
Yep.
Right? We're throwing things here and throwing things there.
Sure.
We're going to go into a single stream, which my understanding is it's a machine-based separation of that product. I would like to understand, how does that affect our numbers? If we have a running average year over year of, let's call it 36 tons of plastic a month, and all of a sudden we see a significant change for the good or the bad, whatever it is, in plastic, does that tell us something about the effectiveness of single
So
stream?
that's part of what you're approving tonight, is actually removing the requirement to report out plastic as an example separately.
Okay, so, right, so the two, right, according to what you just shared, was plastic and glass. I can
Right.
take this data here, I can combine plastic and glass, and I would expect that we would be in some relative reasonable margin of difference from that, so that we know, because this is how.
It actually go to the total.
But it would be total. It would just be total.
It would be
Everything.
just, so there's no going to be any breakout on.
That's the amendment proposed.
that?
That's the amendment proposed, is to remove that requirement
On those two or on all of them?
on all of the recyclables. Yeah.
Yeah, right across everything.
Yeah, so it's going to be single stream, it's going to be like a one line.
Sorry, I
item,
didn't pick up on that.
Yep, right, single stream and then other waste, right? Is that what the OCC is? What is?
So we're not going to have any ability to understand how we're
We'll look at the total.
how we're doing. We're just going to look at the total, right? Well, that's
Total
just
versus total.
throwing everything into one bin. Here's the total.
What, not trash though.
2 bins.
No, I understand that.
Okay.
Trash different than recyclables. I get it. Okay.
Yeah, and so I think I guess I was concerned about that. There's a history of like, is the reporting right? We all know that.
Right.
Appreciate the work that Jen and team have done to go back and validate that, working with John. But the tonnage reduction in cost is pretty significant.
It is, yes.
And so I'm okay based on how we've calculated the numbers going forward.
Yeah, I would too. I didn't click with me that part of it. So thank you
So
for the
watch.
board clarifying and the team for clarifying.
Can I just add one thing just to address the seasonality of some of that? When you think about the periods that people are outside using bottles, glass for drinking and so forth versus when they are inside. So I did some asking around about that. We do a fair amount of auditing. And so the feedback was that's not uncommon. The goal and the hope is, as we have tracked it as well, looking at not just plastic and glass, but total recyclables. Looking at where our total recyclables have gone from 2024 to 2025 and 2026, when we first adopted pay-as-you-throw and the separate accounting of it, that we've really seen that change in pattern and reduction in total trash. And that's why you go to pay-as-you-throw when we've done what we've done.
Yeah, I just say I'm excited about single stream because I do think that our current process of having to separate other things out in different containers, to me, is a disincentive for some folks that are probably even pay as you throw, putting things in trash, because it's just easier than trying to figure out and go to 4 different bins to put stuff in. Now you're coming in, I think it'll be more efficient, smoother process, hopefully shorter lines, but basically all your recyclables go in one place, all your trash goes in the other, and you're out the gate.
Yeah, and I agree with you. I just question on like the location of this site. Are we going to have, for example, in the current location, we have bins for other metals, for obviously the cardboard.
Cardboard goes single stream.
Cardboard's going to go single stream, my understanding. So, but are we going to have those other bins down there for other things? Or, for example, if I was to throw out an old copper pot that's not an aluminum can, right? Aluminum can goes into, does copper pot go into the single stream too?
Actually, I'm not sure about copper pot. Do we know copper pot?
Or just, or
can sell
a frying
copper
pan,
for
or
scrap,
a skittle, I don't know,
why would
whatever.
you
Think
throw
of
it
anything
away?
that's metal, right?
I'm Al Gordon. I work at the transfer station. Any metals like that go into a separate bin.
Yeah.
Just for the metals. We don't, whether it's copper, aluminum, anything like that, we just throw it into the bin.
That will be there.
Okay.
So
as will the
anything
chief.
that's not in the single stream list that was there is going to be in their own containers as there is.
That answers my
clothing,
question.
Books,
Perfect.
electronics.
Yep.
Those will-
We'll have access to like dropping off the fluorescent bulbs and we'll, I'm not gonna have to go into that park and do that and then come back out and go to the other side to do.
So that's still, there is going to be a fee for that now because we were using the garage bay in the back, but it's not a town responsibility. It's actually the Harvey's responsibility for that. They've decided now to be charging for bulky items. So they'll be having to probably go to the office to dispose of because they don't have that access to the garage anymore, which they were paying sometimes for disposal of that as well prior. But now it's really going to be enforced. But it's not up to us to enforce it. It's up to them.
So to be clear on that though, I just want to make sure, because I kind of heard two things mixed there. Bulky items, I was talking about the fluorescent bulbs, which are in the
that's
shed.
it. Yep, that'll be in the shed.
Is that going to be a new charge or is that
No
shed going to be moved over to the other or some building or whatever, however it's done on the other side?
It'll remain the same.
Okay.
In the same shed. It's
That,
just
that storage container that's at the existing one now, that's gonna be moved right over there. So
Okay.
it'll be the same thing, but again, one of the things that we don't need in there is, we don't need regular light bulbs, right?
Right.
Anything that's got mercury in them, that's what should be going into this shed.
Right.
We've allowed everything to go in there before, and Ray, who works for the Board of Health, comes down and he ends up having to throw the stuff away. That doesn't have to.
Yeah, I appreciate that. The big message here is you're going to pull into one location and you're going to still be able to do all the same things you do today. You don't have to come back out of that, go back over to the other side to go do other things unless you've got bulky items, it sounds like. So
The nice thing with this
yard
is.
waste.
or yard waste, right?
You recycle, everything will be below grade. So when
Yeah.
you go in there, it's so much easier. You don't have to lift it way up into a 20-yard dumpster. You can just drop it below grade. It'll speed everything up. People won't be sitting there socializing and.
I'm getting
backing
too old to
traffic
jump
up
in the
on
back of my
Saturday.
truck, so I appreciate that. So thank you. That's good.
I just wanted to clarify, the currently glass and plastic are the only recyclables that we pay for, and that's the $120 a ton. When we set the rates, I think many years ago, this recycling sticker was free to try to incent folks to recycle, but there was also no cost by the town. So when we set the rates for the pay-as-you-throw stickers, that was before we had settled the contract with Harvey's, and so we had not identified any cost for the recycling sticker. Just sort of looking ahead, we might want to consider putting a cost on the recycling sticker, given that all recyclables are now going to be paid for by the town. So just for everyone's information, we have the enterprise fund, the fees that come into that through the permit fees as well as the bags come into that fund to offset, to pay for the expenses, but it doesn't fully pay. As you know, about $430,000 is still levied through taxes. So in order to continue to reduce the amount that's coming through the tax base, we might want to consider, and I'm not asking for that this evening, I just wanted to telegraph that for the future, consider a fee for that sticker.
What would the timing of that discussion be, Christy? Do you have a sense?
It would probably be in the next 6 weeks, just because you need to also in the next 6 weeks decide whether or not you're going to extend the contract. So we'll have to talk about the contract again regardless.
Is there a motion?
Oh, yeah, I have just a general question, but I'll make the motion if I can.
Yeah.
Sorry, then I lost my screen. Someone else have it?
I have it. I can do it because I spoke a lot. I can offer to do it. I move to approve the second amendment to the solid waste disposal contract between the town of Westborough and E.L. Harvey and Sons Incorporated as proposed.
Second?
Okay, Shelby.
I have a really more of an educational question. We can vote on the motion as long as they don't leave yet.
Okay. Any other questions? Not all those in favor? 5-0, 5 being present.
Okay.
Now you're
Yeah.
adjourned.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, so actually, this is a question for Jen and Al and whomever else. What is the process of sort of educating folks on this is new? I know we had a Facebook post, we kind of paused that, but what's that process going to be? Like the gate's going to be closed at the regular place? How are we going to kind of handle the transition?
Correct. So we are having the signage placed in the electronic signboards of the new location. There'll be a sign at the entryway. There is a map of the actual layout. It's kind of messy, but it's only one we have with arrows on how to move through. And we'll have extra staff there the first week
Okay.
and help everybody that needs it.
Okay. And will we use our like downtown billboard as well as Facebook channels to kind of boost this and educate? Great.
And Al's had some traffic direction experience in his lifetime. So yeah, I think he could probably.
Thank you.
All right.
Thanks. Okay, moving forward. Yep, no, thank you. Now we're getting to the town meeting pieces. Before we get into our votes on the warrant and budget, we did have some presentations and discussion. So the first one we have here is the questions on a presentation on the amending of the zoning map with Ferris Development. We're here. So thank you for coming forward. Appreciate it.
Good evening. My name is David Ferris. I'm joined with George Bonin, our Assistant General Counsel, and our Chief Operating Officer, Brian Charville of the Ferris Development Company. I wanted to start tonight by introducing myself. My name is David Ferris, and I really wanted to thank each and every board member for this gracious opportunity for a reset with our company and me personally in this community. We've had a history of about 12 years working successfully in Westborough on several properties for a technology drive where we've been able to attract some very strong tenants to the community and dramatically increase property values at multiple parcels. In both of those assets, I think we doubled. But bringing companies like Eversource took years and years of patient planning and work. And that's now their national command center. They purchased that asset from us, which really lifted the value in that corridor. But we're here really tonight as an extension of discussions that started with this board and the gracious opportunity to talk collaboratively about the fire station bet last August. It was those positive discussions with this board and then our subsequent work with the planning board and directly Hazel, who brought several members out to the site that's proposed here at One Research Drive, and that collaborative effort and work together to delay potentially bringing this to a vote last October to now being at this upcoming vote. And the work that's occurred in that period is really collaborative in the sense that we've looked at this as a potential multi-pronged opportunity for the community, both in tax revenue with very little cost and expense. Just big picture, stepping back at a 50,000-foot view, Westborough enjoys about a $6.6 billion total assessed value in the community. That strong value is derived by about $1.2 billion of commercial land assets. We sit on the outskirts of town at One Research Drive, where we're at the edge of the Route 9 495 corridor with a building that's very under leased at this moment due to post-COVID. Next to us, we have an Alexandra large life science project that a very forward-thinking planning board pushed and was able to get approved for potentially a 715,000 square foot lab project. I think what the world has voted in near term is that's an undevelopable site due to the surplus of lab properties currently in and around Boston, Westborough, Cambridge. I think before you tonight is not a singular parcel of land opportunity that sits before you. It's really activating that corridor and setting it up for success for the Westborough taxpayer. By that I mean that parcel that is directly next to us is currently 715,000. A conservative valuation on a project built like that would be about $1 billion. What Cambridge, Waltham, and all these communities have proven the successful meal, you really need a mixed-use corridor to support that kind of development effort. What we're really before the community tonight is asking for your support. We've gotten strong support from the planning board unanimously and strong support from the finance committee due to the economic numbers behind the program. But we really think that this is a forward-thinking way to take Westborough into the next lab, life science, economic corridor by activating this large impervious surface that is effectively a parking lot at this point with large trucks parked there. We're not, I think, analogous to a post-road project where it's basically in a higher risk area of the what I would call your economic engine, Route 9. It's in the outskirts of town, not abutting neighbors. And I think that it's really what I would classify as a true mixed use project. And that's some of the work that Hazel did with our team internally to really maximize the benefit to the community and the potential tax revenue. What we're really talking about is a $150 million investment into the community that should return to the taxpayers $2 to $3 million taxable assessed revenue. Even if you use a aggressive cost for the services that the town would provide to the project, we're really south of 500,000, which really looks at a net surplus to the community of somewhere between $1.5 million to $2.5 million of surplus. But more importantly, I think it sets the town up for success longer term in that corridor. And I think that from a zoning perspective, it really kind of protects the taxpayer, because it really puts the town officials in charge of kind of what gets built there and what economic consideration gets given back to the community. So I outlined to this board a deliverable package that we feel comfortable economically, that should this be voted on positively by the community, we would enter into an engagement with this board and the planning board to create a development pact that would assure certain guaranteed financial payments in consideration for these entitlements. I think the large benefit to the community over a broad overlay zoning is effectively control. The uniqueness of this site, having an existing large office building, one of the probably 10 biggest just outside of Boston, is the impervious surface area is almost 1,200 parking spaces. We need about 300 or 400. We would be required to come and seek relief to the town. So there's almost a riskless opportunity for the town in this situation in an overlay. Normally, when an overlay is given on a broad rezoning, it enriches many of the people who own the land and very few at the town level. And I think in this case, it adds a zoning change, but it can't be executed without consideration from town officials and a joint agreement. So I'm really before you tonight to offer a reset and a substantial investment into the community that I think has very marginal cost, but potentially has the chance to activate your direct neighbor, which is that Lab Science Alexandria project. And I think more importantly, if you look at what's happening currently in that corridor, we were approached by Connected Church to buy that rear parcel, and we could have sold it to them under a Dover amendment and retained it on parking with the building to be able to transact it. In total transparency, it was this board's forward thinking and community engagement with us last August that we pushed pause on those discussions. And then the subsequent walk with Hazel and her commitment to work with us really made the difference that we were able to pass on that. Unfortunately, they did end up transacting and took 3 parcels that I would call the contiguous parcels to your large life science project. What I would really want this board to understand and think about is this is almost a game of musical chairs, and there's only a few chairs left. There's Research Drive, and then there's the empty office building. The empty office building that was the AMC property is owned by a tech company. So the likelihood that they're going to come before you near term and activate that parcel, I think, is relatively low. The layout of it, I think, is contiguous to life science, but this is sort of setting Westborough up for success longer term, and potentially with our $150 million investment and Alexandra's 800 to $1 billion, that's a double in terms of commercial tax base for the town of Westborough. But I think the idea that the market has spoken and the market sets the terms and conditions of where they want to be, it's going to take something different than what's currently happening. So I think this is the nearest best use that could bring not just housing, but bring an economically viable area. In terms of immediate benefit, I think what's important is it's really the taxpayers that benefit the most in this. But the other nearby buildings, like 200 Freiburg, stand to benefit dramatically, because having some mixed-use services, that lunch and things like that can happen outside of the office are becoming critically important. We've used this formula successfully in Southborough, where we took multiple buildings that had been empty for 9 to 10 years, We put some health and wellness concepts on the first floor, like B-Tone Fitness, Fresh Monkey, which is one of your tenants in the community successfully, and bringing some of those food concepts near the office activated the buildings, and the whole park, not just ours, went to almost 100% occupancy. With that, I would open it up for questions. We did send the board some slides and specifics, but relative to costs or numbers, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Great, thank you. I'll open up to the board for any questions or comments. Mark? Or,
No, I'll hold mine until we get to the articles.
okay. Any questions?
Was there a further visual?
Yeah, so if you.
I think it just would be helpful.
I wanted to be respectful of the time allocation. Can you put that up there?
I appreciate that because we gave you a time allocation.
Yeah,
so
sure,
thank you.
yeah. Yeah, and so really what you're looking at is front of the building, the rear of the building. This is what the rear of the building looks like today. I think the key here is we're looking at the proposed project, and this wouldn't be a final project, but just in the rough scope of what we worked with the planning board, we're talking probably $1 million in total mitigation payments up front, but you're probably talking a surplus every year of $1.5 million to $2.5 million, depending on the total tax base. I think that if you just go forward a bit. Yeah, I'd like to look at the map real quick just to give everybody a visual of what's happening in the corridor. Next one. Yep, with the next one. The one that has the connected church purchase. Oh, yeah. Yep, and okay, so this is the important one here. So if you look at Westborough Research Investments, this is your golden goose for Westborough in the next 20 years. This is the potential of $1 billion of assessed lab project. If you look right over there to the left, that's One Research. You look right behind us, that's the psychiatric center. Not your ideal neighbor, but a necessity, unfortunately, in today's world. And then you look at that vacant space, which is the empty building that EMC's owned. Then you look at Olympus. Olympus is unlikely to change. Now you look at those 3 parcels that Connected bought. Those would have been great economic catalyst parcels for your lab life science. Those are gone. I can tell you from what they proposed to us, they want to do shared parking and 1,200 parking spaces, 80 to 100,000 amphitheater, church, stadium. We declined it because we thought, frankly, it hurt the building and hurt the community from a tax perspective. And so where we're really proposing is up at the back of the One Research parcel. But you can quickly see that somebody who leaves that life science project, in theory, or any of these buildings that are further up on that road, right now they have to drive all the way down to Owens, where they have to loop around El Basha or one of those. This potentially creates some services and amenities that are really critical that people are looking for. If you just go forward one. And this is an example of some of the properties that we have had an impact on in the community. So if you look at the baseline values that we started with and the tax increase in value, for tech, that's a wonderful success story for the community in the sense that people look at a company like Eversource and say, well, what do they really do for us? I mean, Eversource has probably single-handedly brought the DoubleTree out of bankruptcy. If you go there and you look at the last snowstorm and they bring hundreds of large vehicles up, that's where they all stay at that command center. In the summer, when there's a large windstormer event, they all stay at that DoubleTree, but that command center, we still manage for them, and we're their property manager, but we ultimately sold them that site. 8 Technology Drive, we were able to, coming out of COVID, bring Marvell over to that, a large semiconductor company. So this is kind of the best of breed, in my estimation, of advanced technology and health and science. That would be a good representative, but look at what it did to the value. It brought the value from 8 million to 18 million. So that dramatically raises value. 29 Research, the Life Science Alexandria site, that was our site. You could say we were pretty foolish to trade it to the the crane company. we sold about 18 months too early at 2 and 2.8 million, and it was resold for 13. So it's probably underassessed right now, given its entitlements, but. So in any event, we've enjoyed working with the community. And I really, really want this board to know I'm here personally tonight as a way to show that I really do want to reset the relationship and do a lot of good work for the community. And I think this investment's substantial. And I think that if we get to the point where the town people believe that this can be a real net benefit from a tax perspective, we're more than willing to enter into a defined agreement, development agreement with the town to protect taxpayers' economic benefits. The last thing I would say is the cross-pollination of all this stuff, where the town sits right now with a large other pending project that would be allowed by right, say the Post Road project. You guys are sitting in a position where you have a swing where they will offer you $950 on the low side to buy out the mitigation, to buy out the affordability complex, up to $3.5 million. Imagine sitting in a position where you've overlaid an area that you get an economic benefit, you get mitigation payments, and then you're in negotiations with the next guy who is telling you they might give you as little as $950, but they might give you as much as $3.5 million. I think it strengthens the town's negotiating position. And it also sets up a map and a roadmap for the community where when the next developer, say, comes with that empty building and wants to change and put some mixed use in that location, again, you sit in a position where you can extract meaningful benefits for the taxpayer and protect, taxpayer revenue streams and ultimate cost to taxpayers.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, questions or comments?
I think, my only comment is I was not initially in favor of this rezoning when it was originally presented as solely as for housing.
Right.
So I do appreciate the reset, all the conversations that have taken place, and as mixed use, I have a very different view, plus the multiple points you've made that we will be considering. So that's all.
Thanks. I would echo that. The other thing, I was one that was probably concerned about the spot zoning and the question there. I think you've addressed that in a way that I appreciate because it does, my view, I agree with you that it basically gives us some protection,
Right.
it in the future. It sets something up as an example, but we're not opening the door, opening Pandora's box wide open here without
you're in a broad rezoning, you're basically giving value away with almost nothing in return, whereas in a very targeted, highly thoughtful approach with multiple boards weighing in, you're able to really kind of zero in what's in the best interest of the taxpayer. The last point that I would make, and I think it's really what I would call the Westborough safety net for life safety fire, which is, although you've identified a parcel for the next fire station, you had my commitment last August, and that remains true. If we get to a point where that stalls out and we have to shrink this project and change a development agreement to include that donation of the $1.5 million, we're still open to that. We adapted the dollar amount in mitigation because there wasn't going to be the land donation. So, I think a zoning change now isn't going to allow us to do anything we really can't do now because there's so much parking that needs to stay with the building, other than a narrow set of options that I outlined in the email where we could put a big box up there with with limited parking that we could transact, or we could sell to like a church or something like that. But we can't really extract value that's going to translate to the building occupancy level. A mixed use project really does that. And I think if the state land, for some reason, it doesn't turn out to be buildable, or there's setbacks or car count issues or whatnot, we could still have those discussions if that turns out to be something that the committee is deem appropriate.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Ian, if I may.
Yep.
So I appreciate you bringing all of the information today and your letter and your work with the planning board. I applaud the applicant's past efforts to bring business to our town and appreciate your contributions to the levy, appreciating all the data that you've shared. Additionally, I thank the applicant for the willingness to speak about mitigations early in the process. That said, I'm a no on this spot zoning article for 3 reasons. First, the legal ramifications. The applicant made it very clear in his recent email to the board his intent is to target, or more commonly known as spot zoning, only his property, stating targeted rezoning versus broad corridor rezoning, one research drive only. I could see why he'd want to do this, as his property would be the only property in the area allowed this right. This raises massive potential future legal challenges by other property owners in the area as well as elsewhere, who will likely want to rezone similarly and will likely win, giving little concern to the residents of Westborough's taxpayers. Secondly, urban sprawl. While I'm not naive to the fact Westborough sits between the two largest cities in Massachusetts and therefore will over time be engulfed by urbanization, I am very concerned about the uncontrolled rapid urban sprawl. While not spot zone, the new post road development is a strong indicator of zoning going beyond the intent of town meeting, in that instead of a 4-story max, there's likely high likelihood in the computer and research drive area of a sea of non-affordable 5-story multifamily housing developments, resulting in long-term irreversible negative impacts to our schools, wastewater treatment plant, not to mention other vital services that will cost taxpayers for generations. Westborough has and will continue to support the state's housing efforts. Therefore, I believe there are real zoning changes that could be implemented in ways that methodically improve the area, which will build commercial tax revenues through that redevelopment. This isn't that. This is simply too aggressive with one property with huge ramifications. Once rezoned, the applicant could by right tear down the existing building and build far more than what has currently been shared. Thirdly, mitigations. While the mitigations the applicant has suggested are appealing, my understanding is that they must be tied directly to the property and therefore may not qualify, nor is it a given that they will happen through planning board processes. Additionally, 2 of the suggested mitigations, the police mobile command vehicle and the wastewater treatment upgrades, are for capital expenditures and borrows on this year's warrant, respectively. I am unaware of a property tax rebate program. Finally, I would agree with the applicant that something needs to change. This is why I would encourage this applicant to partner with the state, town, and other property owners in the area to develop a more robust, long-term, mutually beneficial rezoning effort. Perhaps grants such as the Infrastructure Investment Incentive Program, known as iCubed, which is a dedicated public-private partnerships tools for large-scale private real estate projects, would be appropriate. It may take time, but in the end, I believe this will result in a historically lucrative improvement for all involved. Thank you.
If I could, because he came tonight, he's the expert on the spot zoning for our behalf. I anticipated this question from the board tonight. May I ask Brian to address your concerns on the spot zoning?
Yes.
Yeah, thanks.
Hi, everybody.
Hello.
Good evening. Again, as David introduced me, I'm Brian Charvel, and I'm Ferris's general counsel. The best example I can point to, and this just came up in the past month, is the Costco in Southborough. The question came up there. Southborough town meeting passed the rezoning to allow the Costco to occur there just off Route 9. And a butter, I think it was, I remember a town meeting, raised an appeal directly to Attorney General Campbell's office. And they looked at it extensively and they said, it's not spot zoning. And here it's not just one lot, it's actually 2 where we're proposing the rezoning from industrial to highway business. And you know why the Attorney General's office said that? Because it advances a legitimate public planning purpose and it doesn't have favoritism. Here, we looked at things like the housing production plan and the master plan. And that's the master plan says things like encourage, live, work, play, which is exactly what we're doing here. We're trying to come up and offer to the town mixed use. Office alone, what we've built, isn't cutting it. And we're trying to add to the dynamism to try to bring in more tenants to the office building. I mentioned this to the planning board and then to the advisory finance committee. Over our 12 years of ownership, the tenancy has gone up thanks to Genzyme, but really recently it's fallen really significantly, and we can't get tenants in to fill the office building. We have to change something. We've tried, and that's why Dave's come to you all to try to get a broader menu of uses. And without that, we don't know really what's going to come in the building.
Ian, if I may.
Yeah.
So my understanding of your explanation of spot zoning is exactly what I've read. It has to be a benefit to the community. That is really not my point, actually. My point about spot zoning is this is not a coordinated effort up in that region. And the potential is that this properties, one I'll say is buildable, one is really not buildable, but the applicant owns those two properties. So he wants to rezone those as not one, but in unison. That will result in a domino effect, for lack of a better word, of the other property owners in that area, which is significant, as his diagrams just showed, of piecemealing a solution up in that area to solve the business owners' issues that they've experienced due to COVID and otherwise. And my suggestion in my comments is that this be a more thoughtful process with the state, the town, our planning board, this board, et cetera, to really think about a better way to develop that whole area that is beneficial, to your applicant's point, to bring more taxes, perhaps more mitigations in the future that tie to special projects that the town may have. But clearly, when you're talking about putting this type of development up in that area, which again, there is no guarantee of what has been shared will actually be what could happen, because once this zoning changes, that entire lot could be completely reconfigured based on the new zoning. So my point is, I would like a more thoughtful, I'm not against the applicant's desire to build a more profitable and property. Absolutely not. But I take this back to a single homeowner in a neighborhood. You could use that same argument for a single owner in a neighborhood that says, I want to put a 4-story apartment building, or I want to put a whatever. You're doing this is exactly the same type of thing anywhere in town. Somebody could use the argument that you just posed to put in a structure that is not compliant with the rest of the area.
Well, we would argue that highway business is already right next door. It's at Owens, it's at the hotel. And so it's not really disrupting that area. These are complementary things: office, warehouse, multifamily, retail. They work together.
I agree with you.
This is not a heliport.
I agree with you. It could be a domino effect. And when you're just in that picture, we just saw one side of Route 9, and there were probably 20 or 30 large lots up in the area that are probably, they are zoned that same way, that could result in just, again, a domino effect through that whole area. And on the other side of Route 9, this is a major intersection into our community, and has huge potential beyond just this property. I know that there are other property owners that are experiencing the same difficulties as this property owner, and I'm sure that they are interested in figuring out ways to be more lucrative. And what I'm asking for is the town, again, through my no vote, I'm expressing that hopefully at town meeting, people will say that, but that if that does happen, that the applicant doesn't get frustrated by that, but instead says, let's work with the town on a bigger idea here. Because I think of, as the examples were provided around 128 in that area, there's a lot of properties up on 128 that are similar in regards to their scope next to major arteries and thoroughfares, that we could build something even more desirable than that area here, if it's coordinated. And that's my point.
And we would love to be part of a coordinated effort. It's just we face the reality of the town meeting system and how infrequent they are, aside from a special meeting being called. And so to get all that together and tee it up then that we can do a corridor rezoning for everybody, we've got March and October yearly. And so we don't know how long that study would take and then when it would be able to be brought forward. And in terms of concerns about that we tear the existing building down, what Dave touched upon in terms of the development agreement is something we would love to sign with you all now. That's a contractual overlay where we promise about exactly what mitigation we'll do and what things on site we will preserve and not change. We can promise that tonight in exchange for the approvals that we're asking for, so we can get through a rezoning and then a special permit, site plan approval. The town will have all those protections.
So I don't have town council here, but I'm just curious if a promise tonight is legal and binding.
If we can sign it in writing, absolutely. Yeah.
Well, I mean, honestly, that's not how the process works here. But I mean, we would have to go through legal review,
I just wanted. I think we've heard your point.
Yes.
I think we have to move on. We're going to be voting on it, but I don't want to get it back and forth here, and I understand where it's
Yep.
going. So, and I appreciate your comments back,
And I
but
would just welcome the board getting town council's opinion, especially on the spot zoning question, because folks hear that.
Yep.
And it's sort of a bogeyman of zoning and rezoning.
Yep.
And I think town council will reassure the board and all the town meeting that this is not spot zoning.
yeah, perfect. Thank you. Other.
Yeah, Patrick, I think I appreciate your thoughts and your research on this, and we'll have further dialogue. My thought is, someone has to lead, and I think this idea of a collaborative effort for that area could use some further development and invigoration. And we've heard from multiple property owners about the vacancy rate. So I think this is a great step in the right direction, specifically because it's a mixed use commitment. So that's all. That's my comment to you.
I appreciate that. I would just say my feeling on that is that this is like building the bathroom before you know where the house goes. So we need to, I think, have more thoughtful conversation as a community as to how we want that area to be developed.
I respectfully disagree.
Thank you.
I respectfully disagree as well. I think, you said what I was going to say. I look at this as, early adopter, second follower. I think it's, I applaud it. Something needs to be done up there. We've heard it. We have, the vacancy rates are high and they're not going lower right now. We have a lot of empty leases there that we know will continue to roll off. We're not seeing that. I think this is an opportunity without going full zone. I appreciate your willingness to change, kind of design and work with town departments. There is risk on your side here, absolutely. But I think it's an opportunity for the town to learn, for you to learn, and educate ourselves. And I do appreciate, Patrick, what you said. I think doing something broader there, because I do think we need to rethink that area up there to reinvigorate it. It's we all call it prime location in terms of its location on thoroughfares, but what's there now is not working, and the question is, will it work in the future? I think, to me, spent a lot of time thinking about it. I'm supportive of this. I will support it tonight. I think it's innovative. I think that's what we need to do. So thank you. Mark.
Yeah, so I had a question on, you had mentioned you've done something similar in Southborough, but to my knowledge, there's no residential component in that?
There is, yeah. The Southborough actually approved a 60-unit project behind the office building to complement the retail, but it was done piecemeal. It wasn't done all in one consideration.
Okay.
Yeah. It's not built yet, but it's...
So I have a lot to say about this, but I don't know if I should wait till now or till we discuss our vote, or.
Well, I guess right now, if you have questions for that,
Well,
I can
that's
keep them here.
my only question.
Okay.
And just for the full board's knowledge, we have been working collaboratively with the direct neighbors that would also benefit from this, like Chris Egan of Caruth, and we've committed to help him fund a broader study for his parcels longer term. So I think he sees the value in what we're suggesting as well. I wouldn't want to put words in his mouth, but I would want to commit. But I did tell him in writing I would pick up 1/3 of the cost or half if the other, neighbor didn't, want for the longer term health of that corridor.
Yeah, no, I would just quickly say, thank you for coming here tonight. I think we do need to be careful, right? Spot zoning is a legal term, and I think our town council has said this is not spot zoning. So I appreciate you. They did not come back on that? Okay, so we need an opinion outside.
Yep.
But I appreciate the use of targeted zoning. I mean, I think that's what it is. And I appreciate the changes you've made to the project. I think it does look a lot more palatable based on those changes. So, I look forward to your coming to town meeting.
Yeah,
Yes.
Absolutely. If invited, I'd love that opportunity.
Yep.
Appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, I think people will be there. I think it's important for you to be there.
For sure.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank
Again,
you.
I just want to thank the entire board for the reset. I really personally want to thank you, each of you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next item we had on here, specialized code, energy code for sustainable Westborough. Peter, good to see you again.
Peter Flynn, 3 Crownridge Road, and it is nice to see you again, too. I happened to be at Del Webb last night when
Mark and I were there as well, so.
Johnson and Slick and Silverberg. Okay. Pete Dunbeck is with me, a member of Sustainable Westborough. He's setting up the laptop. I appreciate the opportunity to talk to you tonight. The reason we asked for a slot on the agenda is to correct some information that was in the presentation we gave to the board last month. Last month, we were here, and as you know, Sustainable Westborough is proposing warrant Article 30, which, if adopted by town meeting, would amend the town bylaws to incorporate the specialized energy code. The slide that's now up is the slide that I want to address. It remains true that if adopted by town meeting, the impact would be no change for most buildings. It also remains true that new buildings that use fossil fuel would still be required to add solar and pre-wire for later electrification, but that less than 10% of the new commercial buildings being built in the state now use fossil fuel. And it's still true that new multifamily buildings would be required to meet the Passive House Efficiency Standard. What's different is what's in the lower right-hand corner. Last month when I was here, the slide said that over 90% of new multifamily buildings are Passive House buildings. After our presentation, that data came from the state, from the Department of Energy Resources. After the presentation, the state let us know that that's not correct. That the actual figure statewide, 64% of the multifamily buildings built to Passive House. However, in Mass Save communities, which Westborough is, the percentage is actually over 80%, 83% to be precise. So we thought this was significant enough to come back and report to the board. The reason the information is in the slide, the point we were trying to make last month, is that when you think about questions about what's the economic impact on the town, particularly with regard to multifamily housing, if the town meeting were to pass this article, most multifamily buildings are already being built to the Passive House standard. So the impact of adopting the stretch code is really relatively minor, because statistically, when you look across the state, the market has progressed where most multifamily housing is now being built to the Passive House standard. That remains true, and it's especially true in Mass Save communities. So I think the headline remains the same, but the data has changed, and I felt we owed the board an explanation with regard to the change. I'm happy to say that what has not changed is that we remain one of the warrant articles that's not looking for money. And in fact, if approved by town meeting, the potential exists for some tax savings down the road by the way of state grants to help fund decarbonization projects the town may be looking at. And when you look at the capital plan with the aging HVAC systems and a number of buildings, we face the prospect of replacing those systems, which presents opportunities for decarbonization rather than just replacing what's there, and the opportunity to tap into a new source of state grant funding. This slide was in the back of the pack last time. I didn't address it when I was here, but wanted to make the point that we are talking to other communities, and we have been liaising with other communities that have adopted the specialized code. And why don't you just point out a few things, a few of the quotes that we've received from other communities when we've contacted them. I think in your packet last time was the letter from the town manager of Hopkinton, and she wrote strong support of the Massachusetts Specialized Energy Code. The town has experienced clear benefits, that implementation of the code has been manageable and effective. A select board member and Affordable House Trust Board member from Lexington wrote that opponents said it's going to cost too much They're going to stop the development of affordable housing, but that clearly hasn't been the case in Lexington. In fact, I don't know if you saw, it was an interesting article in the Boston Globe last week about Lexington, where there is concern in the community that with the amount of multifamily housing that's now being built, that was attributable not to this, but to the MBTA communities law and the rezoning. But the clear indication is that having adopted the specialized code is not hindering multifamily development in Lexington. And the sustainability director in Natick told us that they're seeing more builders just go for all electric in construction, and the passive house standard, while it's been a change, it's really not been significantly different for the building inspectors. And in fact, it's been easier for the building inspectors than the requirements under the existing stretch code. Since we were here last time, I know the board received a letter from Caruth Capital, and Caruth raised concerns with the Warrant article and asked the board not to support the Warrant article. I think in your packet this month is a letter from Pete and me that addresses Caruth's concerns. Wanted to make a couple of points. I think Caruth understated the potential benefits to the town of adopting this. They correctly pointed out that adopting the specialized code would unlock an additional source of state grant money for the town, but that's really only one of the benefits. When we view the specialized code, it also reduces harmful greenhouse gases, which I think is a benefit to the entire community. It lowers utility bills. Caruth mentioned that developers have received some payback from past energy code changes that have reduced electric costs. Not really clear to us why that wouldn't apply in this case as well. Adopting the code would provide healthier and quieter living space to the benefit of building occupants, and it would help defer electric infrastructure upgrades to the benefit of everybody in town who pays an electric bill. I think the concerns that Caruth expressed are legitimate concerns for a developer. Anything that they look at that potentially increase costs is a legitimate concern. It was also one of our concerns when we started down this road of whether or not Sustainable Westborough should be pushing this. And for the reasons I just talked about in terms of the limited impact on the types of new buildings that may be built in town, no impact on existing buildings, and the data that now has become available on the impact in communities that adopted the specialized code. In the letter, I pointed out the most comprehensive study on the impact of economic development has been the study done by the organization called Passive House Massachusetts. They looked at data for a 2-year period from July 23 to July 25 on the impact of adopting the specialized code. And they realized, looking at that, is over that period of time, communities that adopted the specialized code actually added housing at a faster rate than communities that had not adopted the specialized code. And when you looked at the communities that had adopted the code and compared the number of housing units developed and the number of permits issued in the year before adoption versus the year after adoption, that the median community actually saw an increase in the number of units that were developed and the number of units permitted. And as I pointed out, other communities that have adopted the specialized code have found that the transition has been manageable, effective, and not significantly different. So wanted to correct the information we provided the board last month. Appreciate the opportunity to update you on what feedback we're getting from other communities. We know you'll be voting later tonight on a number of warrant articles. If the board is inclined to take a position on this article, we would request your support and would appreciate your support as we head into town meeting. Any questions? Happy to speak.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Patrick?
Sure. First of all, I just want to thank Peter and Pete and the work that Sustainable Westborough has done on this over the last couple of years. I would just add in a couple of comments. Great presentation and update for the new information that you received. I would just say also that I was invited to the 495 corridor call, which happened about a week and a half ago, maybe 2 weeks ago now, where a number of these communities, I think it was Acton, Ashland, Natick, I think that was it, attended the call. Representatives from their, various different departments attended. And it was very clear that they found this to be a positive impact to their communities and the work they were doing. They didn't express any concerns in regards to change in workload, change in any of that. We had they received questions in regards to how did they get this through town meeting, what were the questions they got at town meeting, and a lot of those questions were questions that we asked here, and I think Peter have answered a lot of those questions. I will also just make the point that I believe there was research, and Pete, you'd have to correct me on this, but there's research or information from one of the large building developers in the state in regards to this, and they actually found that the marketability of these houses was actually beneficial to the developers. They could actually advertise passive house. They could advertise these buildings and draw in more customers. So I don't know if Pete wants to say any more than that.
Comment on that. There was one webinar I went to where a developer in Boston, it used sustainability as an asset for attracting tenants in a commercial space. It was using passive house construction on an office building. Another situation was we talked to a local developer who's basically was talking to them about how they responded to this, and they said they weren't taking a position on it, but they did see the opportunity to promote this with tenants in a residential setting because of the utility bill impact. And his plan was to use all electric, and by making the building more efficient, you lower the electricity demand. And so by going all electric and having lower demand, you're saving on utility bills. And he could see that, and he thought he could sell that.
Thanks.
Pete, I would also just ask, I think it would be wise for the board to understand the planning board's vote that took place last week as well.
The planning board has voted in favor of this 3-2, so we appreciated the planning board support. Last week, we presented to the Advisory Finance Committee, and they unanimously supported this article.
Great, thank you. Other questions or comments? Shelby?
Yeah, if I may. So just as representative to the Economic Development Committee, I'll just report out, and it was included in our packet that the Economic Development Committee did vote 6-1-3, so 6 in favor, 1 not in favor, and 3 abstaining, to send a letter of opposition to this proposed article or the bylaw. I'll just, the letter speaks for itself, but for the public's benefit, just highlighting that the sentiments expressed in the letter, which I was the sole dissenting vote, states that the concern is adding an additional layer of regulatory requirements significantly increases both the complexity and cost of development. The proposed changes create more onerous permitting process and add substantial construction expenses and reduce predictability for applicants at a time when economic conditions and project financing are already challenging. And the concern is it's going to halt future development, both residential and commercial, et cetera, et cetera. So I guess I made the points at the EDC. Patrick, you were at that meeting. That meeting was recorded by Westborough TV. I think that the comments that were shared by the EDC around economic development really weren't substantiated in response to what the presenters, Pete and Peter, were actually providing. Was sort of more, I'll sort of say, loose and anecdotal, for lack of a better way to characterize it. I do think there was some helpful, not helpful, I think that there was some good discussion around concerns around the size and capability of the energy capacity in the grid. And so one member of the committee really raised some thoughtful questions around that. And so his vote was just more around uncertainty about the capacity for the whole community and rising energy costs. I respectfully disagree with that committee and do support this approach to further enhancing our energy code. I would say a little bit of an interesting cautionary tale around the housing expansion. You guys were here in the audience for our prior conversation and some of Mr. Welch's concerns, and that's that which has been exercised or shared from this board before around housing developments. So I think we all need to be mindful about by right zoning and opportunities, but housing production will come, and if it's going to come, then I think it should be in the most energy sensitive way possible. So that's all.
Yes, I would not ever say that the specialized code is going to promote housing development. I think the real issue that has been raised is, would it hinder housing development? I think the data to date shows it does not. But I think the point that you raise is if it's coming, then these buildings are going to be here for 25, 50 years, 75 years. Given the state policy of reducing greenhouse gas emissions, the right time to do it is when the buildings are being built rather than having to look and go in and retrofit some years into the future. So I think the trend in the state is clearly in the direction of passive house construction for new residential, and I would hope that Westborough is not a late adopter, but rather one that's moving now to adopt it.
Yeah, and just one final follow-up on my part here. I mean, I do think, I don't think we should create policy or additional requirements just to chase grants, but there is a sizable opportunity. And when we have opportunities to improve our municipal buildings through the Climate Action Initiative, then I think it's fiscally responsible to do that as a board. And Christy, my only question for you is, this would be, according to the article, it says this would be enforceable by the building commissioner effective January 1, 2027. So how does that work for projects in the permitting process somewhere?
My understanding is that if you've already applied, then the current code would apply. So whatever code is applicable during once you've applied, then that would result.
So
that would
it's
apply to the project
based on the permit application date. Okay.
I'd like to respond to the electric grid comment. If you think about, first, this is only new construction. So what we're comparing is two types of new construction. One with Stretch Energy Code, which has pretty good efficiency standards, and a better one that has even better efficiency standards. And it's the better one that actually has less impact on the grid. Both are going to impact the grid. And to minimize the impact on the grid, we want to have the most efficient buildings. So.
Yep.
Other questions?
Gotcha. Sorry. So quickly, that's what supports your point that defer electric infrastructure upgrades?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, that was the point.
Thank you.
Great. I think that's it. Thank you. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
I know we had two here, but I think, were there questions for I noticed that the chief was here. I know there was a meeting. Is there anything more we need on that?
For what?
For his article?
Oh,
The command vehicle?
no, I
Was
think
that-
he's probably just here for in case there are questions, but
Okay.
I don't think he's planning to present.
Okay. Nope, that's
No.
fine. Was there anything else that wasn't, I know this article is including but not limited to, is there anything else that we're expecting here?
No.
Okay.
No. Any questions that were raised last time, I had written to
Thank
you
you.
with the plan of how we were going to respond, so you have information in your packet.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. So with that, I will move forward to item 10, which is the warrant and fiscal year 27 budget. the way we have it here is the articles first and then the budget second. Is that, are folks okay with going that direction? Yep. Makes sense.
Do you want me to just let you know? I don't know when you want me to let you know. So for Article 3, we have no prior year bills. Article 4 is a transfer of $400,000 for the AFC Reserve Fund. And Article 5 is $100,000 for legal.
Sorry, 4 was 400,000.
Yep. And 5 is 100,000. So the two
And again,
articles.
those are for this year's, supplementing this year's.
Correct. Yep. And the two articles that I think are still outstanding in terms of additional information that you would need would be Article 6, patrol union contracts, and then also Article Article 24. Oh, no, sorry. Article 26, the sidewalk easements for Otis Street. That's still outstanding because the appraisal is not complete, hasn't been completed yet. So any costs associated with that article are not identified here. So.
Okay.
Do we, I was just going back to, Christy, your email that you sent to us. I think it was on 2/27. Do we get any additional information on Article 11B, which is Community Preservation Plans Committee's article on the Hastings Elementary?
I had sent the link to the superintendent's presentation at the AFC.
Okay, that was it. Okay.
But I can just sort of briefly say that they had actually asked about the timing of the article.
Yep.
And she had indicated that it was helpful for her to have some money for planning purposes, and that they had also hoped to reduce the future capital ask related to fundraising or parent groups.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. Thank you. Thanks. Thanks.
Yep, thanks.
Do you want me to repeat that?
Yeah, please.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So for the Hastings School article, Article 11B, I had provided the board with a link to the AFC presentation that was done by the superintendent. She had indicated to them, because a question did rise about the timing of this CPC article and then the future capital article, and she had said that that it would be helpful to have this funding available for planning purposes as they move forward, and that they were also hoping to work to offset future capital requests with fundraising through parent groups and other potential funds, I believe.
Do you know if she's intending to present as part of that article at town meeting, or is she looking for CPC to cover that article?
The way that we have drafted the motion is that it would be similar to capital. So there would be a motion that was made by the CPC that would include all of these sub projects, and that the town meeting would question them if they wanted some sort of presentation or had questions.
Okay. Thank you.
That's it? You had?
That's all I have. Yeah, that's all I have
Okay.
for setup. I know.
Can I ask you a question then? Or a couple of questions. So Article 3, prior year's bills, we have nothing yet. So one, we could vote to pass over. I guess my question though is, is there a chance that we find a prior year bill before town meeting? I'm thinking we should say pass over, because we always change our.
Yeah, the motion that I've drafted, because town council reviews all the motions, I've already sent them to him, is to pass over. So.
Okay. So just when we vote, usually we vote in support. This one would just be a vote.
To pass over. That's correct.
We'll probably call that out separately just because it's a different vote.
Yeah.
Okay. And then I guess more for the board here for Article 6, my take on that one would be that we would just basically say that we'll provide a vote on town meeting floor. Just because we don't have anything there.
Yep.
But 26, my question is, do folks, I don't know that we'll vote on tonight, but folks want to discuss that one tonight. This is the one related to easements on Otis Street.
I would just want to get an update on it because I thought there was, I think
There's
there
an
was,
update in our packet.
yeah,
But
okay.
yeah, we can,
But share that.
I'm thinking the same thing we should share with the community. Okay. So I think all I'm asking for is procedural wise. So what I'm going to do is go through this like we normally do.
Yep.
If there, one second, then you can correct me, but to call out if there's questions, we'll call that one out and set it aside, and then we'll look for a motion to vote on all the called out in terms of support. And then we'll go back and go through each one. So I would just say on Article 26, we'll just call that one out for a discussion purpose to hear more information on it. Sorry, Sean.
I would be willing to vote on 26 tonight to put a vote in the packet. And then if the amount is something comes back at something is concerning to us, to re-vote it on town floor.
Okay, so we'll question it anyways. Let's have that discussion. Thank you for that. Okay, anything further before I start reading through? And if everyone can help me out so I don't miss it here, but okay, Article 1, which was today's election, which has ended. You can't vote anymore. Article 2, town reports. Article 3, I'm just going to call that out because we'll vote it separately, but we're not going to discuss it. Yeah, I did. Article 4. Article 5. Article 6.
Just a question, which I'll just ask. Can I ask real quick right now? I just want to be clear. I'm expecting to recuse on that. So in regards to your comments earlier about a meeting on town floor,
A vote on top, yeah.
I'm just letting folks know that I will be recusing myself from that because people won't hear that in the audience.
Yep. And just so the public knows why.
Oh yeah, let me explain that. So my wife works for the clerical union.
I'm sorry,
Oh,
that wasn't
good.
that. That's
All
fine.
right.
No, the reason that we're not. What's that?
I just said that I don't think he needs to recuse on that.
I'm planning to anyway.
Okay. But I think just to note, the reason why we called it out right now is that we don't have a contract there.
This is Article 6.
Article 6, patrol union contracts. That's the reason, just so folks know of why we're canceling. We don't have a sum of money because we don't have a contract. Right. At this point in time, it's still in negotiation. Okay. Article 7, we'll come back to those, the budgets. Okay, Article 8, Community Preservation Program Budget. Article 9 is the revolving fund article. Are there any, it's a whole article, but there's a number of revolving funds. Any questions? Look at that. Okay, Article 10, multiple parts. I'll go each one. These are the regular recurring articles. 10A, reserve funds for advisory finance committee. And again, unlike the earlier one, this is for fiscal year 27, not the fiscal year 26. Sorry, 10B, restocking Sandra Pond. 10C, July 4th block party. 10D, small business grant program.
Question.
10E, elections and town meeting. Okay, so I had 10D questioned. Okay, Article 11, this is the community preservation plan. 11A, Bowman Conservation Area infrastructure. 11B, Hastings Elementary School playground replacement.
Question.
11C, preservation and rehabilitation of historic windows at 33 West Main Street. And 11D, Midland Cemetery restoration. Okay, Article 12. Actually, so the only one I heard there was 11B. Article 12, capital improvement plan for vehicles. 12A, ambulance replacement. 12B, utility vehicle replacement for the fire department. 12C, police vehicles for the police department. These are police cruisers. 12D, mobile command vehicle.
Question.
12E, loader replacement for public works. 12F, one-ton vehicle replacement, public works. 12G, six-wheel dump truck replacement, public works. 12H, skid steer, public works. 12I, administrative vehicle replacement for public works. 12J, aerator Recreation Department / Golf Club. So I heard 12D was the one question there. Okay, Article 13, Capital Improvement Plan, Technology and Equipment. 13A, Chart of Accounts from the Finance Department. 13B, Fire Department Audio Visual Upgrade from the IT Department. 13C, Memorial Hall Audio Visual Upgrade from the IT Department. 13D, Elections Equipment from the Town Clerk. Okay, so nothing questioned there. Article 14, Capital Improvement Plan, Facilities. Article 14A, Land Management Plans from Conservation. 14B, Water Main Replacement, Public Works. 14C, Water Meter System Improvements, Public Works. 14D, Water Tank Maintenance, Public Works. 14E, Booster Station Improvements, Public Works. 14F, Water Capital Improvements, Public Works. 14G, Sewer Capital Improvements, Public Works. 14H, Culvert Replacement, Public Works. And 14I, Gibbons Middle School Fieldhouse Renovation Replacement, School Department. Okay, I heard nothing on 14. Okay, Article 15, Capital Improvement Plan, borrowing articles. 15A, Sewer Pump Station Improvements. 15B, High School A and B, Wing Roof Replacement and Rim Repairs coming from the School Department. Okay, nothing on 15 either. Okay, Article 16, Capital Stabilization Fund from the Select Board. Article 17, Improvement to the Westborough Treatment Plant from the Treatment Plant Board. Article 18, Hazardous Tree Removal, Conservation Commission and Westborough Community Land Trust. Article 19, Police Department Organizational Assessment and Strategic Plan. Article 20, Fire Services Regionalization Study from Fire Chief. Article 21, School Town Operational Efficiency Study from the Select Board and School Committee. Article 22, Revolving Fund for Electric Vehicle Program from the Public Works. Article 23, Transfer of Property at 115 East Main Street from the Select Board. Article 24, Easement for West Park Drive and Flanders Signal. Article 25, Utility Easements from Public Works. On Route 9. Article 26, Sidewalk Easements for Otis Street Improvement Project. We already questioned that one. Okay, Article 27 is the golf cart lease term from the Recreation Department. Article 28, lease purchase agreement for police equipment. Article 29, amend general bylaws, Article 2, town meeting and the procedure thereat from the Select Board. Article 30, amend general bylaw, specialized energy code. I'm going to question that. Article 31, amend zoning bylaw, downtown business district. That's a long one. Give me a minute. Give all of us a minute. Page 40 still goes on. Thank you.
42?
Okay, page 42 here. Okay, Article 32, amend zoning bylaw for off-premise digital billboards from the planning board. Article 30.
Question on 32, sorry.
Sorry. Okay, Article 33, amend zoning map from the planning board.
Question.
Okay, and then Article 34, this is the citizens petition. I won't read the whole thing, but this is the home rule petition for voting rights for town citizens age 16 and 17.
Question.
I have a question. Yeah. Okay, so I'm just going to go back through this quickly. So Article 3, prior year bills. I'm calling out Article 6, not to discuss, but that will be, we're not going to vote that tonight.
7.
7, we're not voting. That will be this next to go through all the budgets separately. So then we had 10D, 11B, 12D, Article 26, Article 30, page 43, Article 32, Article 33, and Article 34. Everyone have those same ones?
Yeah.
Okay, so that is there a motion for any non-called out, or is there the motion for any non-called out articles?
I'll make a motion to support any to recommend the town pass any called out articles.
Second.
Okay, any further comments? Not all those in favor? It's 5-0 for all of those articles. Okay, let's start with Article 3, prior year bills. This should be an easy one. Is there a motion for that one?
Motion to pass over Article 3.
Seconded.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor? So it's 5-0. I think you raised your hand.
Yes,
Oh,
I did.
sorry.
Yep,
Okay.
yep, sorry.
No, I didn't.
Leaning.
I didn't catch outside of my eye. So that's 5-0. Motion to pass over. Okay, Article 6. This one is, you already have it noted that this will be a vote on town meeting floor, or however we word that.
Yep.
Okay. So let's move to 10D, Small Business Grant Program from the Economic Development Committee. Patrick, I think you called this one out.
Yes, I did. So thank you, Ian. I just would like to say thank you, first of all, to Christy and Laura in regards to providing me some additional answers to some questions I had. I had called this out at the last board meeting, and in an effort to shorten up our board meeting without a lot of questions that you all might already know the answers to, I reached out and asked a few questions, and I feel comfortable with the comments, and I am going to support this article, as I always have done. But what I would ask is that in the not too distant future that we do get a report from our ADC coordinator in regards to the nature of the grants, what businesses are getting those grants, what they're used for, kind of, and what the benefits to the community that have been recognized so far. So I'd look for that through the chair at the appropriate time to happen, and that's just my comment. Thank you.
So that's a note for a future agenda item. I saw Christy writing it down, so thank you. Is there a motion then on?
I will move to support Article 10D.
Second.
Okay, any other further comments? All those in favor? 5-0. 5 being present. Okay, Article 11B, this is on the community preservation plan for the Hastings Elementary School playground replacement.
Yeah, so I had raised this question, and I'm still not clear on the need. This is in the FY28 capital expenditures plan. I'm still not clear on the need for the money now in this fiscal year, even though it's in the community preservation allocation, if you will. So I'm not going to.
Sorry, I didn't know. I would have asked her to come if I had known that we had some, so apologies.
Yeah, no, and sorry if I obviously didn't make that question clear. I haven't seen anything that just says the why now. So I won't be supporting it.
Are you looking for, like the other articles, we could pass over this one until we have more information, if that would make you feel more comfortable.
I think why don't we vote tonight to put it in?
Yeah.
And then we
And
can
we can
change our
re-
vote on town meeting
yeah,
if
yeah.
we want.
Okay.
that.
If,
good
Christie,
with
if
that.
it would be possible just to pass through to our superintendent that some additional information would be helpful on town meeting on this article, that would be great. On town meeting floor, excuse me.
Sure, and if you have any specific questions that I can let her know.
It's really just the timing. I don't understand why they need the money now for a project that's FY '28. Loosely paraphrased, it would be nice to have some money now for planning and design, like,
Well, I mean,
that was
yeah.
paraphrasing, that's
Yeah.
why I said. So just, if someone else can inform me otherwise, I'm happy to be convinced.
I have no information on that. I would look to the superintendent to say it, but I should have mentioned to the board before we just had that vote on all the other articles. But since this one was still open for question, I'll point out that I know that, or I'm aware. I think Mark, you can correct me if I'm wrong on this. That CPC is looking at possibly altering the article on town floor to express that I believe that the way the CPC documentation reads is that they have to expend this money within 2 years of town meeting vote. The way that these articles are written is that it's to be spent by June 30th of 2029, which is beyond the 2 years. So I just want to let you all know that there's a chance that they're going to make that change.
They will. I was going to make that note. I drafted the motion to follow their plan. So it's March 21st. Their motion will be to amend all of these to be March 21st, 2028. Yep.
Okay. I think it's a valid question. I had the same question. I guess the piece for me is,
So that actually, March of 28, is that, I mean, refresh my memory on how the fiscal year works.
they'll come in March of 27 with right now the plan would be for the capital article. March
No,
of
so
27.
what this says is that they have 2 years to expend the money. Oh, you're talking about, yeah, sorry. So they'll come in 27.
It's from the
But
27.
we
and I
can't,
won't be able to
the CPC has to amend these. So unfortunately, they didn't see that when this was being drafted, but their plan very specifically says 2 years from town meeting.
I honestly think I'd like to hear from maybe get, some type of, something in writing from the superintendent, or, some type of communication from her, and then vote this on town meeting floor. I'm not sure I'm ready to vote it tonight based on the questions we've asked.
I think she's just going to present on town meeting for it. We can hold until her presentation if you want.
Right, that would be fine. I don't know if she's going to present on this, but
Well,
I would hope she'd be prepared to present on it.
I agree one way or the other. She needs to speak to this. My kind of understanding from a distance and the conversations I've seen, which is granted they're a little bit out of date, but they are kind of thinking of it as two separate projects. It's the playground and the parking lot. Right. So this is to get funding to support the playground and that portion of it, even though on the CapEx plan, you're absolutely right. It's a single line item. So I don't understand why they're not broken out on that plan, but.
Because that's how they were submitted.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So, but right. Yes.
And again, my apologies for not making this clearer. Even at our budget summit, it was just sort of a quick discussion and there was no sort of presentation of a plan around even the playground. So I just want some more information. I know it's a needed upgrade for sure. I'm supportive of it. It's purely a question of timing.
Yeah, so now that I think of it though, if they need to go past the March 20th, 21st, 28 date, they just need to ask
The CPC
to extend it.
Yes.
Right.
Get a waiver.
I actually don't really mind earmarking this. The money stays in the CP, Community Preservation Act Fund, CPF, is it? Community Preservation Fund? It's too many acronyms. The money stays in the fund and
Open Space
continues
Reserve
to
account,
continues to accrue interest or whatever, kind of, so I don't really have an issue earmarking it at this town meeting, with the understanding that they can't come back and ask for more because there's this cap on what they can ask for this project.
Right. And I guess similar vein with mine, because I didn't finish, Shelby, sorry, that I had the same question about why now. I think sounds like some design work that could happen, but I also think this went through Community Preservation Committee. It was a request that that committee vetted and thought that that was a valid spend for this year. So I'm supportive of it, whether it's this year or next year. I'm supportive of it. I think it makes sense. I agree with you that it needs to be done. So for me, I'm putting my support behind town meeting voting for it.
Yeah, I'm comfortable in taking a vote and standing solo on this one. But I would, I'm happy to retake a vote if we get some more information.
Is there a motion?
So I'll move to support the Hastings Elementary School playground replacement.
Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded. Okay, all those in favor? And opposed? So that's 4-1. Thank you for that, Shelby. Okay, next item is Article 12D, Mobile Command Vehicle Police Department. Patrick, I think that was you.
Oh, yes. I just wanted to thank, since the chief's here tonight, I didn't know he's going to be here. I wanted to thank him. Similar to the EDC small grant, I again asked the question to possibly have the chief come and present to us, and I took the opportunity and reached out to Christy to see if I could have a conversation with the chief to get some of my questions answered. So hopefully we can shorten up the meeting a little, as board members have expressed. So I'll say I had a really good conversation with the chief. He provided a lot more clarity to me on some of the pieces of this. I brought up the topic of SIMLAC and its capabilities. The chief made it clear to me that SIMLAC doesn't have I'll say the full capabilities that we would need in this vehicle to do the work that he's talking about. I would also say that, there's concerns on whether or not a vehicle, even if it was made available to us, could be dispatched in a timely enough fashion. He did indicate that regardless of if it was a SIMLAC vehicle or not, it would be under the authority of the police chief of Westborough, all the assets, the people, the officers. He also indicated to me, I asked the question in regards to what do we pay into SIMLAC? It's $1,000 a year for our membership, so it's very small dollars for a lot of benefit, including the fact that Chief informed me that some of our officers are part of the SWAT team program through SIMLAC, as well as the K9 units. And certainly, Chief, if I get any of this wrong, let me know. It was a really good conversation. My only kind of, I'll say, reservation out of that meeting was my continued concern in regards to the potential of the impact to free cash in regards to recertification of the free cash later, and the impact to future, I'll say, critical public safety vehicles or purchases in the future. But weighing those two things, I am in support of this article. So I again appreciate the chief and the time that he put in to talk with me and answer my questions. And I just wanted to share kind of my thoughts coming out of that conversation with the board. So thank you.
You want to make the motion?
Sure. I didn't have that up on my screen, but I will in a second.
12D.
So
yes, I moved to, I moved that the board support Article 12D.
second.
Did you have a comment?
Nope,
Oh,
just
okay.
seconding.
Okay, all those in
Seconding.
favor? 5-0, 5 being present. Okay. Okay, Article 26.
That was, well, I think multiple people had questions on that one.
Sean as well on this one. This is the sidewalk easements, the Otis Street Improvement Project. As we know, we don't have the appraisals. This one is related to potential for an eminent domain request in this one.
Yeah, so just as a reminder, this is the only property, the owner of these two properties is the only individual that we have been unable to obtain an easement from. We had a presentation from our community development director showing that I think one is a temporary easement for construction, showing where it was located on the property. We have continued to attempt to contact the property owner. And most recently were asked by his attorney to cease attempts to contact. So that's what we've done. So now we're here.
And can you just highlight for the public why it's important for us to gain
Yeah.
these easements
So,
again.
right, so we need all of these easements in order for us to complete the Otis Street Corridor project, which is a MassWorks, MassDOT funded project with the town.
In the amount of,
Yeah, it's over 6 million.
right,
Is it 8?
8, I thought it was over 8 now.
Is it over
Might be
8
over
now?
8
Okay.
now.
So it's a huge project that we've spent a long time on to really take what is, improve that intersection at Route 9, which is one of the most hazardous ones. And again, these are pieces to work through. So, Sean, I know you mentioned about, well, you want to comment?
So there's an appraisal outstanding that we're going to receive between now and town meeting. So there is some sort of dollar amount associated with it. That dollar amount would become part of the project, correct? Would be,
What do you mean?
so if it requires, whatever it requires us to pay for these to, would be consumed by the project.
So, I mean, technically, it's all part of the project. The request at town meeting would be a free cash request because the state has not committed to reimbursing us for those costs. At this point, we've had initial conversations, and they want to understand whether or not we're able to move forward without eminent domain.
Which we would prefer.
Exactly. Yes.
So we're still, again, still working on it. This could change before town meeting, but
Can you refresh my memory when there's no, and Sean, I don't know if this is where you're going, when there's no, I know it says, last paragraph as to raise appropriate bar transfer, but there's no dollar amount.
It's just in the motion.
The
So
motion
it
has
says
dollar.
it says a sum of money, and
so in the
it's
motion on town meeting floor, we
Right.
have to put the dollar amount to raise.
Which will be that
And then
appraisal.
we're okay to do that. We can't raise that number, right?
a sum
Like
of
once-
money is just there's no amount. So it's
No, but just refresh me. If we put a number in there, if there were to be a number and it were to be higher, we can't raise the number. Isn't that town meeting?
well, the moderator makes those decisions, and he typically only allows you to go up, I think, about 10%, depending on the way the motion
It
or
doesn't
the
apply
article
here,
is
but-
worded.
Yeah, I think it's why usually the motion will read 50,000 or other amount as approved.
And even under that, I think the moderator uses, discretion. So, but this is not different than the two articles in the beginning. So the legal budget and the AFC, they say a sum of money. The motion will specify the amount.
Okay.
So that amount will be the amount that we get from the appraisal. Is that correct?
Plus the cost of the appraisal.
Plus the cost of the appraisal.
Yes.
Okay. Is there a motion or?
I mean, I'm willing to hold off on this till town meeting. I do very much support this. Short of the appraisal's coming in at a shockingly large amount, but I'm willing to hold off since there isn't an amount associated.
Is there?
I'd be interested in, I would make a motion, because I think where you were going is something I would support, which is showing that our support for this, unless the number changed. I'm assuming that it's not going to be a huge number, because it's not like we're trying to take a whole property of eminent domain. We're trying to take a sliver of land for,
We could also revote it on town floor.
we could.
Yeah. Isn't there an opportunity even to put a little narrative with our vote? I mean, AFC does it. So if we wanted to vote, we might say our vote reflects support, with the understanding that at the time of the vote, support of the project, these easements are necessary for the project's success, and that the amount was not known at the time of the vote. I don't know. I'm paraphrasing.
Yeah, I don't know that the AFC has ever put select board comments in.
Not that I remember. I mean,
Well,
certainly you could
now we can.
you could provide them, and then AFC could decide.
It's like
whether or
3
not
lines.
to do it.
Pound
Why-
sand.
Yeah, I don't know. We
Yeah,
can
motion.
ask.
Yeah, you can
I think
ask.
whoever gets up to report the vote could
But then
You
we
don't
won't.
report your vote.
We don't report it, I mean,
Yeah, only if we take a vote on town meeting.
if we change our vote, yeah.
All right, that's true.
I would make a motion to support this article as currently stated.
Second.
Okay, any further discussion? All those in favor? It's 5-0, 5 being present.
And do we want to, just on that, do we want to ask AFC to put in a comment in the book? Or do we want to just let it stand and then comment?
I would let it stand and comment, would be my take.
I'm okay
You could
either
change
way.
it.
I'm okay with either way. I mean, I think
Yeah,
it's
my hope is that we pass this over
right.
because the property owner decides to have discussion with us for
Always
an
good to be
easement.
hopeful.
Yes. I don't think it's gonna happen, but I'm hopeful.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm fine.
But I think, I'll be honest, it's one of the reasons I wanted to put a vote in, because I think it's
Yeah.
a really important project for the town, and I think I would hate to see it held up and because of that. Okay, now Article 30, Stretch Energy Code.
Specialized.
Sorry, Specialized Energy Code. Thank you.
Yep.
I question this one. I think, I had reservations on this one because of comments that we received. I appreciate the Sustainable Westborough coming before us. Those numbers that they presented, I don't see it as being a huge impact. I think my concerns have been alleviated. I think the grant funding is good. This is something the town has committed to continuously in terms of these things. So anyways, I just called it out because it was, I wanted to say I appreciate the comments there, and I would personally, now I was debating whether to vote in favor or not, but I am in favor of supporting this article.
So I would move to vote in support of Article 30, the Specialized Energy Code.
Seconded.
Okay, all those in favor? It's 5-0, 5 being present. Thank you. Okay. 32.
It's on page 42.
Yes.
That's right. Let me get all the way to
32
it.
on page 42. This is the off-premise digital billboards. Patrick, I think this was...
Yep, let me just get to it. Find it. All right. So I'm a no on this. I'm a no on this because the town already recently voted on this, and I respect that vote. Additionally, personally, I don't want to litter our roads with driver distracting light pollution. And then personally, I think it makes Westborough look cheap. So that's my opinion on it, and just wanted to share that with the board before our vote.
Great. I am supportive of this. I was supportive of the last one. I think it's for a few reasons. Probably most importantly, the support from public safety officials in terms of the benefit to this of having that ability to put public safety pieces on there. I'm also supportive of it because of the ability to generate revenue, albeit not huge amounts, but the fact that we can negotiate that, and that is something that can be used again to offset taxes. And because of the limit, as I understand it, where it's looking at, it's only those visible on 495 and Route 90 / the Mass Pike. From a residential side, most people going through that, because I appreciate your comments, most people going through there don't know what town they're in when they're going through those. And sometimes I think I'm in Westborough and I'm in Southborough, Hopkinton when I'm on 495. So anyways, my vote is in support. I think there's reasons for it that are valuable to the town, and so I will be in support of it.
Yeah. Can I just make, I'm also in support of it, but for one additional reason, based upon state regulations, we would be looking at a maximum of 1, possibly 2, depending on where the first one was located. So I don't think it's we're going to be littered with billboards.
Thank you for that. Thank you. You brought that up last night in response to a question too. So, anything else? Any other questions or comments?
Yeah, I appreciate, the comment about things being brought back when it's been voted on before, but I think sometimes there's time to do that. We've seen that on, in other instances, and I think the planning board did its homework on this, and for the reasons both Ian and Mark stated, I am also in support.
Is there a motion on 32?
Yep. So I would move to approve Article 32, amend zoning bylaw, Section 8.2F, off-premise digital billboards.
To support.
With support, yes.
Support.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Anything further? Not all those in favor? All opposed? So it's 4-1. Just making a note. Okay. Next is Article 33. And then zoning map. This is the piece brought by Ferris Development that was in front of us tonight. Patrick, was this?
I just want a question to separate out the vote.
Okay. Any further questions on this, or?
Well, I had
Yep.
some comments.
Yes,
Yeah.
yep, sorry.
Well, first of all, I wanted to thank Mr. Ferris and his team for hanging in there and for really doing quite a bit of persuasion on this. But I'm still against this change. We heard a lot of discussion about a mixed-use corridor. And I'm not against the idea of a mixed-use corridor. I'm just unclear that extending the highway business district is the right zoning for this location. It may be appealing to that landowner, but is it the right zoning from the town perspective? I don't think that's been researched enough. I think that we've seen instances in the past where we extended zoning, and I'll specifically mention the Pulte project. We extended the senior housing zoning to the state hospital. An RFP was granted, the zoning change passed. I was on the planning board then. I felt like our leverage with that developer was significantly reduced because the select board had approved an RFP, because the zoning had been changed for it, and I felt like we had no choice but to move that project forward. Any discussions of waivers, I felt that we were disadvantaged. Any discussion of mitigation, I felt like we were disadvantaged. And to be honest, it was the wrong zoning. And we ended up having to come to a compromise with that developer in lieu of getting affordable units. Right? So is this the right zoning for that part of town? I'm not clear it is. I also was on the planning board when that research drive biotech building was proposed, and at no point did that developer indicate that they would need or it would be desirable to have a mixed-use corridor in order to get that project built. So that's coming from, in my opinion, a biased source who wants this zoning change. I also heard a lot about, if you read the letter that Mr. Ferris sent, I'd be willing to discuss a 7-figure mitigation package, but once the zoning changes, the zoning governs it. There's no requirement in the zoning for mitigation. It has to be negotiated based upon the merits of the project. And, I just don't know how we can hold or any expectation of those mitigation promises, or they weren't even real promises. They were just illustrative, points in his letter. So that makes me worried that, again, we're putting the planning board in an untenable situation. Okay, I think that's it. All right.
Any other comments or questions?
Yeah, I would just say I look at the difficulties that the office market is currently having, and there is some trend to get back in the office, but it's very slow. It's really slowed down. And looking at this opportunity and sort of how it's changed over the past month, from really just an apartment complex to mixed use, I think in terms of the tax base and what it offers to the town, you not only get the tax benefit from the mixed use capability, but in theory, it should also raise the value of the office as well. So there's sort of a double impact to the assessed value of this opportunity, I think. So I'm willing to consider it, and so I will vote in favor to town meeting.
Yeah, I just would like to clarify, I'm not against changing uses up there. I'm not against opening up that area to different uses. I just don't believe that the highway business, I don't think we've thought this through well enough to really understand whether the highway business is the right zoning for that area.
And to Mark's point, that's exactly why I suggested that more work needs to be done here. And ideally that work is done in coordination with other property owners up there so that we don't end up with a patchwork of different things. And again, I'm very concerned about the sprawl. This landowner gets this property rezoned, and what's the next guy going to do? And the next guy, right? And all of a sudden, we're looking for a massive wastewater plant upgrade that costs, $100 million, right? And granted, maybe there's mitigation in that future, but that's likely the type of thing that would start to happen, is there would be those types of conversations. And I'm just very concerned about scope creep, for lack of a better word. But I am very supportive of rezoning that area. I just think it needs more thought.
So, correct me if I'm wrong, kind of the wastewater is the wastewater. Like, once it's gone, it's gone. It's gone.
Well, no, it's not. And the reason why I say it's not is because what happens is we as a town hit our limit, 2.7 million gallons per day, and a portion of that is allocated to multi-family units. At any point in time, we hit that 80% of that $2.79 million. DEP comes in and says, now you have to pay for a study which figures out how much it's going to cost for you to now renovate that, and then you're going to have to do it. That's the process. It's not like, oh, you hit it once, we'll give you a mulligan on this. No, you hit it once, you're down that path.
But I think we've set the capacity.
That's on the town side, I get it. But the higher we get closer to that 2.79, there's a much, and I have the data, I could share with you guys. 10 years worth of data shows that we have gotten within 5% of that 2.79 million gallons per day once in the last 10 years. And I think 3 times we got within like 10%. We are close. Now that's not and that's the reason why we did, one of the reasons why we did that, the sewer,
infiltration.
Yeah. To understand the study on it. So, but that is a real risk. It's a real risk. And it's not to say that developers wouldn't be willing to help us along the way. One developer is not going to solve that problem. That whole area up there, maybe, right? If you have a cohesive plan for that area to help Caruth and this applicant and other applicants out in that area to improve that area, I'm all for it. I agree. I mean, I used to work in those type buildings. I suspect they're ghost towns. We need to help those landowners up there, but doing it piecemeal, in my opinion, is the wrong way. I'd like to see it more cohesive and do that through more extensive understanding of the zoning like Mark is talking about.
I mean, I would just state from my side is, and I said it earlier, it's sometimes someone has to lead. I have not heard from any other property owners. Others may have, but I have not heard from anybody that has questioned this or asked, unlike the sustainability piece where we did hear from developers. I have not heard anything personally. I take those things into merit when I see those things and evaluate. I have not heard that. Part of what you're saying to me is concerning about doing a much broader zoning because, now we're setting ourselves up. A lot of people do that. How do we allocate out limited capacity on sewer? This one is, moving forward, we have that control in place right now, in essence, that we've set a limit on that. This doesn't exceed or take that capacity. As I said before, I think it's innovative. I think I am very curious to see that it works. I like the fact that it's mixed use. I think that brings benefit to the community and other amenities in there too that others can use, not just folks living in that space. So I won't belabor it. I said it before. I'm in support of this. And I hope it works and
Well, to that point, Ian, I guess I would just make a comment in regards to, like I said in my initial comments, the applicant has provided an idea, the information that they've provided. You rezone that area, it's by right.
Yep.
That's a very large, very visible piece of property that could be completely torn down and rebuilt. And it wouldn't be, 4 buildings I think he's talking about? It could be 8 buildings because it's half the property is covered by that other building and half the parking lot that he's talking about retaining as part of the process. I have no idea. I'm not a developer in regards to understanding, the financial pros and cons for him as the applicant, but there's always that potential that it could be more than what is being told now.
Yep.
I would move to support amending the zoning plan in Article 33.
I'll second that. I have a comment though.
Yep.
Thank you. So I'm curious to know, do we know if the planning board as part of these discussions considered any other type of zoning other than what was sort of brought forward as part of this effort?
Well, it's my understanding that the planning board was required to bring forward this kind of zoning.
Right.
But they did vote unanimously to support it.
To support it, right. Okay, thank you. And, I would say in terms of, yes, would it be great to have sort of some holistic, collaborative, public-private partnership up there developing this whole area? Yes, I feel like that's, that would be nice. I haven't seen that brought forward through our economic development, like the town hasn't initiated it.
Yep.
The planning board hasn't initiated it. I feel like this is an opportunity we already have. We just commented on site plan for a church across the road, right across Route 9. I had forgotten about the sale of property near Olympus, which was supposed to be still angry about it. Partners Healthcare property, still bitter about that whole one. By the way, UMass Marlborough, now one big hospital. Note to that to Boston officials for advocating for Worcester, not for Westborough, but okay, I digress. And so now we have a church, a massive church, and in this sort of, if you will, hodgepodge, if you will. So I think it's already happening. I think this actually represents, to Ian's point, a little bit of an innovative approach. I realize there's a slippery slope here that there's no commitment once we have the zoning. I feel like the board has a number of documented, albeit not legally binding, articles, as well as on-camera presentations by the applicant of what the intent is here, and I would expect them to honor that.
I would just say that multi-purpose housing is, well, it seems innovative. It's been around for decades, if not centuries. But anyway, I would say that what I'm looking for is something more like what we're doing in the downtown, where we're talking about a rezoning the whole district downtown in a coordinated way across businesses as well as the residents. It's the same idea. So it's coordinated.
Yeah, and there was a almost 2-year-long process to get to that zoning change downtown. It wasn't, one
Well,
landowner coming
I
in.
think we have a motion and a second, and
Thank
we
you.
all have our votes in our head. So.
Yep. So I will do that. All those in favor? Opposed? So that's 3-2. Thank you for staying, but I think echo what my fellow select board. I mean, I think, Mr. Ferris, you said this was, I'm going to paraphrase what it said, but it's kind of a reset. That's the way I'm looking at this too, but please, we've heard that. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Thank you. Yep. Okay, Article 34. This is a citizen's petition for legal voting rights for town citizens aged 16 and 17 for town elections, town meetings, and town caucuses, as well as the bringing forward and signing of all nominating warrant and other petitions authorized by the town charter or town bylaw. Anyone want to start? I know I questioned this one. But...
Yeah, I was going to question as well, but we had I thought was a very professional and interesting presentation by the proponents, if you will. I'm interested in the board's comments based on what they heard there, as well as time to digest it and whatever else the input they've received from the community.
Oops.
I just wanted to note that at your last meeting, I had mentioned that there was some additional verbiage that town council had said you might want to provide. You had asked me to speak with the moderator, so I did provide that. And I know that he has spoken with the petitioners. So that being said, I don't know what the exact motion is going to be, but just wanted to follow up on that.
Yeah, Patrick.
Yeah, I mean, I really had to think about this particular article, and therefore I created just a quick summary of my statement of how I feel about this. So I really appreciate the students that presented this a few weeks ago. I think it was one of the best presentations I've seen in my time on this board. I applaud them for their efforts. I'm impressed by their civic duty. However, I cannot support this petition for two simple reasons. First, the article itself acknowledges there's a difference between 18-year-olds who wish to be an elected official and 16 and 17-year-olds who want to vote. I see no difference in the knowledge and obligation between running for office and voting for office. I offered these same comments to the petitioners and was surprised there wasn't a revised petition. I can only assume they continue to acknowledge there's a difference. And this brings me to my second point. While 16 and 17-year-olds do contribute to our state income tax and sales tax base, the same can be said of 14 and 15-year-olds. Why not them? Income and sales tax have spot impact to only a few warrant articles each year at best. The simple reason the bar was set at 18 is that this age is universally understood, at which point most children have enough life experiences to join the military and run for office, making those sacrifices and societal decisions based on those life experiences. Simply put, many 14 to 17-year-olds are highly likely to not fully understand the impacts of zoning, budgets, and even sometimes constitutional issues raised at town meeting and on local ballots. I look forward to seeing them at the polls when they hit 18.
Thank you. Other comments? I mean, I'll see anybody jump in. I will jump in. I am not supportive of this. Patrick, similar things. I won't repeat what you said. I think it's, I think arguments being that, that I've seen from some of, well, we don't have a lot of people. This will add to people showing up at town meeting. I mean, I don't look at that as a valid argument. Yeah, maybe more people will show up, but that's not a reason to extend it out. I do think that these are folks that, and I applaud their effort, but I just don't think it's, I just don't think it's the right thing to do. I think there's also some concerns in terms of, where they are in their lives, where they are in, our public school setting. I'm concerned about, and not a knock on our teachers or administrators, but just a opportunity there of feeling that what's best for them is what's best for certain areas of town and in sight of others. So I don't see any compelling arguments or reason to extending this to 16 and 17-year-olds. Agree with Patrick what you brought up, but I am not supportive of this article. I don't think it is the right move for Westborough.
I'll second. I'm in support of this article. I think for a lot of young adults, right, at 18, most kids are going away to college, and there you're sort of separated from your town. You're not really voting in your town. That you get separated from the process. I think the ability for them to and I would not expect, given the low participation we get from adults, I would not expect huge participation from 16 and 17-year-olds at town meeting giving up their Saturday. But I imagine some would. I think giving them this opportunity, there are over 14,000 registered voters in the town of Westborough. I think 16 and 17-year-olds makes up maybe 500. So maybe 4%, 3 to 4% of our electorate. I believe they left off that you had to be 18 in order to hold a position. I thought they'd commented they left that off because they thought it'd give a better chance of this actually passing. But I do support. I think there are students who are very active and interested. They are members on a few boards within the town, and I support them having this right.
Thank you.
Yeah, so I also support this, and for a lot of the reasons Sean said, but I got a call this morning from my 18-year-old daughter who was so excited because she was voting for the first time. And I think that some of the data that was presented about creating habitual voters by starting them, before that 18-year-old, I think that helped sway me. I think the fact that, I talked a lot about, 100 years ago, women's suffrage was an issue, and they used a lot of the same arguments. They're too emotional. Well, now they're too young. They're going to vote the way their husbands voted. Well, they're going to vote the way their parents vote. I don't think most of those arguments hold weight for me. I think you're not going to get 100% of 16 and 17-year-olds voting the same way we don't get 100% of 55-year-olds voting, right? But I think it's important to send a message that enfranchising voters is a positive thing.
Yes, that leaves me. So, great points made by fellow board members. I'll try not to overly repeat any of them. I do want to acknowledge the petitioners in a great presentation that really made me think a lot, as well as just, again, the comments here of this board. I can't support this. I think that there is I'd rather alternately look at ways in which we can invite these, let's say 16, 17-year-olds to participate on more committees. Like We have the Youth Commission, I think the Rec Commission or Cultural Council has members. Let's get them involved. Let's create opportunities so they can be part of the process and experience that, because I think in that way we encourage active participants in our democracy and create good habits there. But I know the time that I put in, and I don't want to speak for all of you on this board, what our other, elected board members do, what our committee members do. I mean, Sean, you guys have been meeting on the 250th or right every week since it was started, basically, right? I mean, people put in a lot of time, and that you don't have to vote to be on a committee. I mean, I get that. It's just a right to go and vote at town meeting or to the, in a town election. But I don't want it to just be like, I can just kind of cast a vote and potentially, like, let's say, all in favor of school initiatives, but not in favor of some other particular articles that have other town benefit. I'm not sold that everyone's going to be fully vested into this democratic process as 16 and 17-year-olds. I appreciate the comment you made, Mark, about women voting. I particularly appreciate that. But I think this is just a stretch too far for me at this time. So I would love for the proponents to come back with maybe some ideas about how they could engage in other committees within town and create a voice.
Is there a motion then?
Yeah, so I'll say I would vote to defeat Article.
Or not support?
Oh, okay, sure, not support.
Is it defeat?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry.
Wow.
I mean, you can have it be whatever you
Sounded
want.
like the hammer.
I always thought it was support or not support.
I'll look it up.
Okay,
I could be wrong. Defeat's fine?
I'm going to vote, I'm going to say, the motion would be to defeat Article 34, an article authorizing the select board to submit, do I have to read the whole thing or just Article 34?
Article
Okay.
34.
I'll second that.
Okay. All those in favor of Shelby's motion? And opposed? So 3-2 in favor of defeat.
Can I ask a clarifying question on that for town meeting? Because the proponents bringing it forward, I know they're supported by a group of voting adults. Who will be able to present that at town meeting? Is that the moderators?
So the actual,
Just so that's not an issue at town meeting.
yeah, I don't think it will be. The one of the parents is the one who actually submitted the petition on their behalf, and I know that John has been working really closely with them.
Okay.
I think the town will probably have to vote to approve a non-voter speaking.
Right.
but,
Yeah, they'll probably
They may
request
do.
the students to do, yeah.
They'll have to decide whether or not they're going to have an adult or themselves
Yeah, yeah.
present.
Yes.
So
But the motion would have to be made by.
Right,
By an
early,
adult.
correct.
So I just looked back at last year's AFC book, and it says to defeat when it.
Perfect, thank you. Good job. My bad.
That's okay. I did not ask, how did AFC vote on that?
7-0 in favor.
I'm glad I asked it after.
I do know that last night, I think there's 9 members of the committee, and I believe they met last night and potentially revoted some, so I don't know if that was their final vote.
Interesting. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for all of that. I think that covered everything for articles. Now we go to budget. Okay.
So you have a new budget table in your packet.
That wasn't revised today, was it?
Yes. So the only difference, I believe, is the
So
debt.
if I called it up yesterday, I have to recall it up now. Or will it?
If you downloaded it, I guess, yeah. So there was so in your packets, I'd identified an estimated impact to the average single family. The debt for the wastewater treatment plant and the general fund had to be reconciled. And so it's $607 is estimated currently as an impact to the average single family based on the budget table that's in your packet.
That's above the 500 that we had prior.
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry, I gotta pull it up again. You guys just give
I
me
am
a
too.
second.
Yeah, I had to reopen the packet.
So I think what we've done in the past is I will plan to read through each line, and if you question something, and similar to what we just did here. I don't believe we had any questions submitted ahead of time. That doesn't mean we can't have questions now. Sorry.
A little slow to load. It's tired.
Page 235.
Thank you.
I can also email it.
Nope, I got
I
it.
got it here. No, town moderator is first, I think, isn't it?
Yeah, town moderators first. Page, I don't know if you heard me, 235, Ian.
Yeah, I don't get page numbers on the. No, this was.
It's low tech with that iPad thing.
It is.
All right, let me just email it to you.
I'm sure I have it here.
He's got it.
He's almost there.
Oh,
He's almost there. Do you want me to start reading it?
Apologies, I had to reload it.
You truly are almost there.
Okay. I'll call it out, and then questions come up. Town moderator salaries and wages. Select board town manager salary and wages. Expenses. Finance committee salaries and wages. Expenses. Do you want me to read dollar amounts or?
No, can I just ask a question? Christy, the changes from 573 and now to 607 are from what?
Debt.
the debt that I just mentioned.
Debt, and there was one other thing.
General fund debt and wastewater debt.
Thank you. Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay. Finance department, accountant, treasurer, collector, assessor, salaries and wages of and expenses. Legal expenses. Information technology and communication, salaries and wages and expenses. Central purchasing expenses. Town clerk salary and wages elected. Town clerk salaries and wages. Town clerk expenses. Planning department salaries and wages. Planning department expenses. Zoning board of appeals salaries and wages. Expenses. Insurance expenses. Police department. Is that?
The one in your packet is missing columns apparently. So I just emailed you the Excel file.
Yeah, the Excel file has the percentages.
Change.
Do folks want me to go back?
No,
Okay.
I appreciate the update.
Where were we? And just catch me up again. Where were
We are in, I just did police department salaries and wages, police department expenses. Fire department ambulance salaries and wages, Fire department ambulance expenses.
Real quick, back to the police department question on that one. Do you want to have it now or do you want to have it when we?
Salaries and wages or expenses?
Salary and wages. I guess my question is real quick, is we don't have the contract, right? So I'm assuming that number will change or?
If
If
we
the
have,
contract
if the
settles.
contract's settled before town
Before,
meeting.
okay,
Yes.
that's all I want to know.
Okay. Thanks.
I just clarify that the salary and wages does include step increases that are already under contract for all union members, as well as non-union employees increases, COLA, and any step increases due. And then also there's 2 unions in the police department. The supervisor's contract is settled.
Do you anticipate, similar to, I'm going to just use the police chief's contract that we just announced at our last meeting, do we anticipate that the negotiations will be done time where you guys could share that information as far as the updates to the union contract like we normally do? Or do you expect that to be on town floor, town
It
meeting
would
floor?
only be, it would, if it's not complete, then it would be a motion to pass over.
If it's not complete, but if it's complete, let's just say it's a week before.
Yeah, so when we have
don't
a-
have a board meeting. I'm kind of shooting in the dark as far as my
We have a
vote.
board meeting right before.
Right,
town
that's
meeting.
right. you
Well,
would
true.
make
So
that
I'm just
vote.
wondering, is that something that we would hopefully be
We always do. So the
Yeah,
so the
and we'd
bullets,
speak to it at
when we
town
speak
meeting,
to
too,
it, we
because we'd have
always
to change the
describe
numbers.
it. Yeah.
So we do the same thing, and it would be in front, we would vote on it, but we'd also
Right.
present it in front of town meeting.
Yeah.
In a similar fashion of reading what the changes were and what was agreed to.
And not being part of the
actual discussion of like, here's exactly what it is would be at our following.
No, so you would vote on it. You would likely vote on it, well,
Right before town.
right before town meeting if that was needed, and then you would, when I provide you all with your individual, when I put your name on the motion and give you the bulleted information, that bulleted information for these types of articles include the changes.
The details, the changes for the
Yeah.
contract.
And since I have no idea where you guys are with this, what is, in the eventuality that it doesn't get resolved before then, does that mean that this, I'll say last year budget carries over? How does that work?
Right, so it would move to, so it would be an article at the town meeting subsequent to it being settled. So the article of free cash is typically retro pay that's owed from a previous year. In this particular article, it would actually be it would be owed in the current year. We just can't change this current budget with the raise and appropriate. And then if a budget could be adjusted, then it would be adjusted either for the following year, or if it was in October, it could be adjusted for fiscal 27.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Say it, Mark. Thank you.
Yep. Community development, so building inspector, conservation commissioner, EDC, sustainability, salaries and wages, expenses, weights and measures. Actually, there's nothing in weights and measures, is that right?
Right, so weights,
Sorry, that's moved, so sorry. Nothing in weights and measures.
the funding was moved to community development to offset the new position.
And that's why it went up by 12.9?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, that and other wage adjustments for for the other community development employees. Yep.
Yep. Steps and COLA. and-
Right.
Okay, animal control, salaries and wages, animal control expenses, Aspet Regional Vocational expenses,
Yeah, just a question.
Go ahead.
Well, I mean, typically, I feel like we got an explanation, 29.4%. Is that enrollment? They typically come to town meeting and present on that?
They do they always go to the AFC. They don't usually come to select
No,
board.
right.
But they do come to, they'll be the ones at town meeting if it's questioned. I just pulled up the percentage for Westborough. Let's see. Our enrollment increased by 14 students, which is what the basis is for the increase. The estimate that we had in the original budget was based on their preliminary estimate, but then once the governor released her budget, they weren't getting as much state aid as they had anticipated, and so the assessment went up.
All right.
So Okay,
I'm not questioning, thank you.
okay.
I can.
Norfolk County Agricultural expenses. Okay, Department of Public Works, salaries and wages and expenses. DPW snow and ice, salaries and wages. DPW snow and ice expenses. Electricity expenses. Health Department, salaries and wages, Health Department expenses. Council on Aging, salaries and wages, Council on Aging expenses. Youth and Family Services, salaries and wages, Youth and Family Services expenses. Veteran Services expenses. Trustees of Soldiers Memorials expenses. Library salaries and wages, library expenses. Recreation salaries and wages. Cultural Council expenses. Historical Commission salaries and wages, Historical Commission expenses. Debt expenses.
Good news.
Country Club Enterprise salaries and wages, Country Club Enterprise expenses. Sewer Enterprise salaries and wages, Sewer Enterprise expenses. Sewer Enterprise debt. Wastewater Treatment Plant salaries and wages, Wastewater Treatment Plant expenses. Water Enterprise salaries and wages, Water Enterprise expenses, Water Enterprise debt. Stormwater salaries and wages. Waste Management salaries and wages, Waste Management expenses.
Can I just go back to the debt that you read off, several debt? The point was made that there's a small increase from 573 to 607 that's related to wastewater debt in general. And then when I'm seeing the general debt, a decrease of 11.4%, row 134. And I obviously just got this table, so I'm not adding up any of the other debt changes plus or minus. How does that square? What am I missing? Why
It was
is,
more negative before.
I think it was more negative before.
okay, it was more negative before. There's
So still
okay.
negative, but it
I think it was
was,
negative 13%.
Okay, I don't have my
I
that
think.
book in. All right, that just might be something at town meeting. Just be ready for that question.
What question?
Well, just the change. If someone saw the 573 and they're seeing a negative number there,
Okay.
they might be wondering
The-
why is the average going up?
We haven't presented that number, but certainly someone could
Yeah.
have heard it.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks.
The number we presented in December and January was 624.
so it's slightly less than that.
Okay. Thanks.
Okay, Cable TV Enterprise expenses. School Department, Westborough Schools. I think that's everything. I had nothing questioned. Okay, is there a motion?
I think again, the only question would be on the police. So we would potentially vote to support this budget as presented, and anything else would be an amendment based on the article.
No, so this number could change as well. If the contract settles, this number would change as well. So it would change in two places. It would change, the article would have a number which would fund this fiscal year. And then we would also need to update the budget for fiscal 27.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah. So you would have to revote. Yeah.
Both of those.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay, is there a motion?
Move to approve the budget as presented.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor?
Do you need to question, because you can't vote on youth and family service?
That's what I was going to ask.
Sorry.
Yes, we need to split out the youth and family
Yeah.
services on the motion.
Okay, move to approve the budget without, except for youth and family services.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor? It's 5-0, 5 being present. Next motion.
Move to approve the Youth and Family Services budget.
Second.
I recuse myself from the vote as a result of my wife being a member of the clerical union.
In Youth and Family Services. Okay, motion made and seconded. All those in favor? It's 4-0 with 1 abstention. Recusal. Thank you. Okay. Whew, okay.
Making progress.
Yeah. Just an hour and a half behind. Sorry.
Are you surprised?
No. Okay, item 11. Appointments and reappointments. Sorry, now I need to get back.
Would you like some motions?
Yes.
There they are.
So I would move to reappoint Judith Meltzer to the Board of Registrars with a term ending June 30, 2029.
Seconded.
Okay, any comments or questions? Okay, all those in favor? It's 5-0, 5 being present.
These are all grouped together. I would move to move to appoint Sarah Danielson Ewing to Sustainable Westborough, Ian Delahanty to the Historical Commission with a term ending June 30, 2029.
Second.
I'm going to say just one thing that I did get a letter just came in today. So Chris gave it to me, but basically to the select board from the Westborough Historical Commission, basically saying that from Christian Hedrick as chair of Westborough Historical Commission, stating I am writing to offer my support for the appointment of Ian Delahanty, PhD, to the Westborough Historical Commission as a non-voting member. Dr. Delahanty has demonstrated a strong appreciation for the history and character of our town and is a professional historian who specializes in American history and teaches at Springfield College. His membership would certainly bring a thoughtful and responsible perspective to the commission's work. Preserving and protecting the town's historic resources is an important responsibility, and we believe Dr. Delahanty would serve the town exceptionally well in this role. Thank you for considering this recommendation. Please do not hesitate to reach out with any questions. I'm sorry I'm not there in person to show my support. Sincerely, Christian A. Hedrick, Chair, Westborough Historical Commission. So I just wanted to read that into the record because it wasn't in our packet.
Thank you.
Okay, made and seconded for those two. All those in favor? It's 5-0, 5 being present. Okay, next we have two names in front of us for Housing Authority Tenant Board for one position. Chris, I have a question. And I guess it would cover Patrick and myself. Since both of our spouses are on the Housing Authority Board, is there any?
I don't see why you couldn't vote on it. You don't have a financial interest.
Okay, true. I do not.
And they're not
They're not part
supervising. They're
Yes.
equal voters.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
So just before we vote, first of all, appreciate both names, both individuals raising their hands for interest. I think it's important to note that the Westborough Housing Authority Board did provide us with an email indicating appreciation for both Mr. Harrison and Fitzgerald for submitting a letter of interest. They do recognize Mr. Harrison's experience working in public housing with clear awareness of the role of the Housing Authority Board. So I just want to make sure that we saw that.
I think the other piece, sorry, I'm just having problems here. There was another letter that I saw in there that there was a vote of the tenants with a tenant vote of recommendation for Mr. Harrison as well.
Okay.
That was in our packet, just noting that, again, that not an official vote because that's not the process that's coming for us for appointment, but that was just provided.
I just was confused because I thought we had a third name in our packet. What am I missing?
For the same position.
Yeah, this Sherry Matson.
She was part of that vote. I don't know if she actually then put an application in.
It didn't come before us for,
No, it's not before you. They have to provide a minimum of 2 names, and so they provided these 2 names for you.
Okay.
So I think that's just for your information that she had filled out this notice of intent for consideration.
Okay.
so is there a motion?
I'll make a motion to appoint David Harrison to the Westborough Housing Authority.
Second.
Any questions or comments? All those in favor? 5-0, 5 being present. Okay.
And just as a note, there was a name on our agenda. Does anyone want to comment?
Oh, yeah, so
Yeah,
this came up before. So we did have on our agenda for Jody Fredman on Council on Aging. We're not voting on that. Ms. Fredman knows that because there's not a vacancy currently on the Council on Aging, so we can't appoint someone to a position where there is not a vacancy.
Yep.
Okay, then we have one more here. A board concurrence.
Yes.
Do
you want to get?
Sorry, I'm sorry. So this is just a reappointment of Kim Foster as Assistant Town Manager. That's my appointment and requires the board's concurrence per the charter.
So I would move to concur with the town manager's reappointment of Kimberly Foster to serve as the assistant town manager with a term ending June 30, 2029.
Second.
Any comments or questions? Thank you. All those in favor? 5-0, 5 being present.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Kim. Okay. Next on our agenda, request to approve meeting minutes.
Carpal tunnel from school.
Usually I can get to the, I guess can't get to the agenda.
You want a motion on these?
Yes, I do want a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve the Select Board open session meeting minutes from Tuesday, February 24th, 2026, as well as the Select Board open session meeting minutes from February 24th, 2026 evening session, so both sessions. There's another one.
And the March 2nd.
Sorry, and the March 2nd, 2026 meeting as well.
Second.
Okay, any comments, corrections? Not all those in favor? Patrick?
Oh, sorry. Minutes. Okay.
5-0, 5 being present. Thank you for keeping us up to date.
Yes.
Amanda, appreciate that.
Thank you. Excellent.
Okay, next on the agenda, town manager's report.
Just letting the board know that the 250th anniversary of the American Revolution Committee voted to award the fireworks contract to American Thunder, which was the lowest bidder. So we're currently working out the terms of that agreement and expect to sign the contract later this week. The fireworks display will follow the annual block party on June 26, 2026. June 26, 2026. I have a section in here related to the budget update, which we've already talked about. And then the Westborough Environmental Action Fair. Sustainable Westborough is hosting their annual Environmental Action Fair on Saturday, March 14th from 1 to 4 at the Westborough High School. And they provided a flyer, which will go out with the town manager report. The Senior Center continues to offer engaging and inclusive programming. On March 12th, they will host an Eid dinner in partnership with the Islamic Borough Society, followed by an Easter celebration on March 31st in collaboration with several local congregations. Both events are supported through a grant from the Mass Councils on Aging. The St. Patrick's Dinner is scheduled for March 17th. The center has also been actively conducting outreach regarding WRTA services and local transportation options. They've held community meetings at Del Webb, at Chauncey Lake, Walker Meadow, and the Senior Center, with additional locations planned in the coming weeks. The library, One Book Borough. For the next 3 months, the library will participate in One Book, One Borough, which is a collaborative program with Marlborough, Northborough, Westborough, and Southborough libraries to promote reading and community connection. This year's selection is The Spell Shop by Sarah Beth Durst. Libraries will host events inspired by the book's themes, and a library crawl will take place April 19th to the 25th. Visitors who stop at all 4 libraries will be entered into a prize drawing. The program concludes on May 7th with a conversation with the author and the grand prize drawing. You can visit the library website for more details, as well as information on receiving a free copy of the book. A building project update, work continues at the 55 West Main Street location with recent exterior improvements, including a new transformer pad, oil retention trench, protective bollards, and a retaining wall for the new book drop. Major infrastructure upgrades are underway, including fire suppression, HVAC, plumbing, and electrical systems. Although corroded chiller pipes required replacement, the project schedule remains largely unaffected. Inside drywall installation has begun, and the library's new layout is taking shape. The project remains on track for the fall 2026 reopening.
Thank you, Christie. Okay, issues and correspondence of the select board. Sean.
Sure. So the Library Building Committee hasn't met since our last meeting. We'll meet next week, but the library director provided a nice update to how the project is going, so that's great. The 250th committee, there was also an update on that in the town manager's report. I would add, it's a 7-member board. One individual did have to step down due to other conflicts. Andrew Ramsey, thank you for your participation on that committee. So there is one spot that's opened up on the committee. I mean, I would say for anybody who's interested, the committee has made a lot of decisions relative to the 250th so far. So it's sort of moving towards the implementation phase, but we would still, I'm sure they would still love to get somebody to help support them in that. And then the Council on Aging had their meeting yesterday, and our senior director provided a nice update as well of that meeting, so I think I'm covered.
Awesome. Shelby.
Sure. So EDC meeting, working on revising our grant rubric for the small business grant. And Patrick, appreciate your earlier comments about a desire to have a little more information presented to the board. So we'll look forward to our coordinator and potentially members of the EDC coming to present to the board at a future meeting. I did want to make the board aware, as well as just the committee at large, the Metro West 495 partnership regularly hosts various events and committee meetings. Those are largely free to attend. There is an upcoming Transportation Committee meeting on March 19th, a 495 connector presentation. It will be a special meeting featuring a presentation from the Metro West Regional Transit Authority regarding their 495 connector service, which is a service connecting 3 MBTA commuter rail stations and 8 Metro West communities. That is on Thursday, March 19th at 9:30 a.m. at the Marlborough Public Library. You can go to 495partnership.org/events to register. I also feel it's important, Mark, I know you're going to give an update on, I presume, on ATSC, but I do want to just reserve some time to potentially comment after you make your comments on the meeting. Okay,
Thanks.
Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Patrick.
Yeah, I just got 2 items. Nobody took the easy one, which was hope to see everybody at town meeting on March 21st. Town meeting starts at 9 a.m. Get there anytime after 8 a.m. Hopefully we'll see everybody there. A lot of great topics to be discussed as we went through this evening. Secondly, Sustainable Westborough is putting on the Westborough Action Fair March 14th, 1 to 4 o'clock at the high school. So, did you see that?
Yeah.
Gosh, I was too concentrated on what I was doing. So,
yep.
Thank you. I saw it in your. Did you leave it for me or not? Oh well. That was it.
Okay. Mark.
All right, so let's start with some of the easy stuff. Tomorrow night is the Cultural Council grant reception, which is open to the public, and I highly, I believe it's televised as well. So if you're interested in who's getting money from the Cultural Council, it's
Great event.
Great event.
it'll be great. And if you're interested in joining the Cultural Council, even better.
And just a note, it's
Great
across
Hall.
the street. It's the Great Hall.
Yeah, it's not here this
Past
year.
years it's been in here. It's actually the Great Hall.
And then on Sunday, March 15th at 2:00 is the Knights of Columbus is hosting Good News Gus Puppet Show for anyone with kids. I attended yesterday. I attended Chauncey Matters and Ian, and we addressed basically town government, how does town meeting work, things like that. We talked. We answered questions on articles. We didn't state any positions, and it was I think a really well received meeting and a excellent group of people. So I was excited to be invited, and I hope I get invited back. On Friday, I attended the ribbon cutting ceremony for Tanishq and Kashi Fashion.
Thank you for that.
Thank you.
I have to say I learned a lot. I got to light a dia, which is a candle offer. It was the consular general from the Indian embassy was there, the Boston embassy. So it wasn't the ambassador, it was the consular general, but it was really heartwarming to see a woman-owned business open on the weekend of International Women's Day. The Community Preservation Committee met and basically voted to support the articles, which I don't think was any surprise considering they'd already voted to put them on the warrant. So, and then the elephant in the room is the ATSC meeting yesterday. I'll try to stick to facts, although facts were not. It was a frustrating meeting because there was a lot of frustration over this board's lack of support for the warrant article, for not including it. They felt, again, I don't want to speak for that committee. I would encourage you to watch it. A lot of frustration came out, a lot of conjecture, speculation, things that I don't think were accurate, and I tried to voice that. There was a desire to create a working group to try and get the crosswalk back on the next article, and that working group would hopefully include somebody from DPW, somebody from planning department, although they have a staff member already, but somebody from either town manager's staff or this group, in hopes of trying to.
Can you speak a little bit more into the microphone?
In hopes of trying to get that article onto the warrant in a more productive manner, as well as trying to get additional articles for 25 mile an hour speed limit, but also a 20 mile an hour school zone in future articles, because there was a concern that they would be better served presenting a citizen's petition than sending us an article, and also a lot of frustration over what they felt was lack of communication from DPW. So again, I don't want to get into a lot of what I considered conjecture and speculation, but I think those are basically the facts.
Did you want?
Yeah, so I did have a chance to watch that meeting. Thank you, Westborough TV, for covering it. And like Mark, I won't go into details, but I did have an opportunity to reach out to the chair, Ellen Google, based on comments she made in the meeting that implied that following the planning meeting that we have that is initiated through the town planner, the development team, thank you, sorry, I called it the wrong thing, where Ian and I participate as chair and vice chair respectively. That meeting isn't required to be posted publicly. There were some implications around that. But what was more concerning was a statement and implication that I, to a lesser extent, Ian, would have then communicated to other board members, Welch and Keogh, basically to kind of pre-influence a vote and go around open meeting law. And I had a lovely conversation with Ellen today. I explained to her my deep frustration and sadness about that implication, and that I would never, ever do that, and was really deeply hurt by that. She acknowledged some confusion around open meeting law understanding, and she intends to publicly correct the record. But I just want to be on the record that I don't lie and I follow the law.
Thank you, Shelby. I said a couple things. One is, as Mark mentioned, being at the Del Webb meeting was great to be invited. And just a great community up there. A lot of great questions, well attended. I think 40 to 50 residents were there. They also had one of their residents, but also a member of Westborough Connects, gave an update on Westborough Connects. And as we talked earlier, Sustainable Westborough was there as well to talk about their article at their request. And then it was the Mark and Ian show with a lot of great questions. Just, the only one that got heated was one of the residents did want to know if she can vote in both Ohio and Westborough, and it was heated between each other, not between us, but really a great community. They do great
Really
things. I will say that really engaged. They want to get more engaged. They want to learn. Encouraging their residents to come to town meetings, so I look forward to seeing them. But more importantly, encouraging their residents to participate in what happens in Westborough, where their passions are, whether it's government, community groups, etc. So again, really nice to see that. I will say their facility is gorgeous too. It's a really nice.
I just wanted to say I got a thank you email from them. And,
Yes.
I sent them a list of committee vacancies. So
Yep.
I don't know if I was supposed to copy the board on that, but I thought it was a really engaged group of people. So.
Yep. The other thing is just thank voters who came out for town elections today. I don't know. I haven't looked, but
You won.
did I?
Presumably you'll be here the next time.
I really debated about, Tom Brady.
I'm sure there were a few of those. There always are. But I just want to thank the residents for voting. Echo what I said earlier. I do hope that in future elections that we have contested races. I think it's better for the community to have races. I know it's a lot of work, but I know there are folks that are passionate. So I just hope that we see that in the future, but do thank those, the poll workers that were there, and for those that went out and vote. Appreciate that. One thing to note too, for folks watching on TV is that I want to thank, knowing that we will be switching our chairs and vice chairs as we come out of, for our first meeting after town meeting, is our typical practice. But I do want to thank this board for voting me chair this year and really work with me. I appreciate it. And I look forward to moving my seat following this and having
You might
someone
not.
step into
You never know.
Well, thank you for doing that work this year, Ian.
Thank you, Ian.
Well, thank
you.
you guys. It's I do really appreciate the work that we do as a board.
We know Christie's a slave driver, so you know.
Yes. Yes. I won't deny that. But anyways, thank you for that. And that is all that
Okay.
I had. So
Would you like a motion,
Yes,
Mr.
please.
Chair? I would move to enter into executive session under Mass General Law, Chapter 30A, Section 21A3, to discuss strategy with respect to collective bargaining with the patrol union, firefighter union, public works union, clerical union, dispatch union, and police supervisors union if the chair determines that an open meeting would have a detrimental effect on the town's negotiating position. And under Mass General Law, Chapter 38, Section 21A7, to act under the authority of the Select Board to approve executive session minutes of February 10, 2026, February 24, 2026 AM session, February 24, 2026 PM session, and March 2nd, 2026.
and I do declare that a open meeting would have a detrimental effect on the town's negotiating position, and that we will not be returning to open session at the conclusion of executive session. Before I ask for a second, I do want to say thank you to Westborough TV for being with us here for the last 4 hours and 15 minutes. Appreciate that. And now I will entertain a second to the motion.
Second.
And roll call vote.
Oh, Silberg, yes.
Marshall, yes.
Keo, yes.
Welch, yes.
And Johnson, yes. We are in executive
Forgot
session.
we had to do a roll call.